or the legendary Pelasgian and Atlantean Empire, which is the common background beyond the Pelasgians for various cults and legends related to Sirius, Atlantis, the Garden of Hesperides, the lore about the eternal spring and paradise on Earth, Poseidon, Palladium, Athena, Perseus, the Amazons, and Atlas. Various interrelated data and evidence disclose the existence of a prehistoric vast empire and a series of legendary kings who ruled over the known world throughout Africa, Europe, Asia. Valencia Straighton, 1927. Let us present some of this evidence. The Egyptian high priest and master of secrets, Manetho from Sebennytos, in the Delta, 3rd century BC, had calculated a total length of 24,925 years for the three divine dynasties of the gods, the demigods, and the Mani, aka forefathers or spirits of the dead, who had ruled in the beginning over the plains of the Nile. The oldest surviving reference to Manetho's E.G. Topeka is that of Jewish historian Josephus in his work Against Apion, Fragmenta Historicorum Armenian version of Eusebius Chronica. Manetho from Syncelis, the Memphite theology, the Palermo and Cairo stone, the Turin royal canon, king list dated to 13th century BC. Then we should add another 5,264 for the following dynasties of mortal kings, according to Eusebius, beginning with Minos and ending with Artaxerxes Ochus. Finally, another 340 years until the time of Augustus, when Christ was born. Thus, we have a total of 30,529 years to the beginning of our era. Researchers had already observed the difference between lunar and solar years, so the initial number of circa 25,000 years could be equivalent to 2,206 solar years. According to Manetho, the first king who had reigned over the valley of the Nile, predating even Ouranos, was Hephaestus, Vulcan, as the god of fire, of sun, and of light. In its temple in Memphis, the god was associated with a pygmy, Herodotus. In Homeric times, a colony of dwarves existed south of the mouth of the Danube, near the Black Sea, Pliny and Homer in the Iliad. Diodorus of Sicily mentions also the rule of the sun. Helios equals Ouranos equals Uranus, as the first deified king, along with Saturn, Cronos, who had ruled over the plains of the Nile. Moreover, he was considered the first king ruling over the regions near the Atlas Mountain, north of the Istru. The Atlantes, or inhabitants near the Atlas Mountain, near the Oceanos Potamos, according to Diodorus, excel among all the neighboring peoples for their particular piety and hospitality. In ancient Greek etymology, Ouranos, as a personal name, derives from oros, with the Lonic suffix anos, meaning man from the mountain. His wife, Gaia, also had the epithet Orestera, according to Herodotus. Atlas was the name of a significant river which flew from the heights of Old Amos, Carpathians, and into the lower Istru, Van Goos, 1974. Importantly, Ouranos was considered to be the first king of the Pelasgian race, appearing also under the name Pelasgos. There are 6 proposed etymologies for this name: becoming old, old man, voyager, and the bird, stork. Travel at sea equals the sea mariner, roam the sea, leader of the neighboring people. The size of his body, his strength and beauty surpassed that of all other mortals. Together with the gifts of his soul, he was the first to teach humans to build huts, to make clothes. He forbade them to continue eating green leaves, weeds, and roots, some of which were inedible, and others dangerous to their health, allowing them only the use of the acorn of the oak for eating. Pausanias 8. According to the cyclist Aeschylus, supplement woman, Pelasgos was the son of Gaia. According to the grammarian Apollodorus, Pelasgos was the forefather of the Titans. Other ancient authors, scholars of Pendar, mention that Pelasgos was the first ancestor of the Hyperboreans, near the Atlas Mount Polydorus. According to Diodorus Siculus, Uranos' reign extended especially over the western and northern parts of the ancient world, especially at Dodona, one of the sacred Pelasgian cities. Uranos was also venerated under the name Zeus. Anaxi, Pelasgios, Jupiter, Imperator Pelasgus. In Homer's Iliad, Achilles invokes him under his name. He was the lord over the mountains of Dodona. According to the ancient traditions, the reign of Uranos, Pelasgios, and its pastoral tribes had extended from northern Europe to the southern areas, and beyond the Mediterranean to the plains of the Nile. It is worth mentioning that the Pelasgians had been the only people of the ancient world to which was attributed a divine origin, probably due to their extraordinary intelligence, their mortal and physical qualities, and their amazing deeds and works. The second deified king was Saturn, who also reigned over Egypt, over the vast territory reaching from Libya to the Western Ocean. He was the main divinity of the population subjected to Carthage, and remained as the predominant cult and religion even after the Roman conquest. Diodorus, Dionysus, Halicarnassus, and in other African areas.
Mauritania and Numidia.
Mauritania and Numidia. He was venerated as an ancient national divinity, under the name Dominus Saturnus. A similar form of government can be found among the Hyperboreans. Hecatatus wrote that the descendants of King Boreas reigned politically over the sacred island of the Hyperboreans, being the administrators of Apollo's great temple. Diodorus of Sicily over the Dacians, Strabo, and the Pelasgian tribes of Cappadocia. The later Pelasgian communal style of living dated back to the blessed times of Cronos, Justinus Historium. The kingdom of Babylonia, which was founded in Lower Mesopotamia by one so-called Belus, Philo, of Byblos, Phoenician history, who was the son of Saturn, who was the son of Saturn I and brother of Saturn II, was an integral part of the Pelasgian Empire. Its inhabitants were named Chaldeans. They did not belong to the Semitic race. Second Book of Kings 18, Isaiah 36. Later on, they represented only the class of the priests, occupying themselves with astronomical observations and prophecies. The Chaldeans called Saturn Helu and claimed that he predicted the greatest number of phenomena and the biggest, Diodorus. Another interesting fact was that they believed in the immortality of the human soul, Pausinus, a belief that we find in other Pelasgian nations, such as the Hyperboreans, Plato, the Geti, and the Dacians, Herodotus. The doctrine was not of Semitic origin. It doesn't appear even in the laws of Moses. According to Cicero, Chaldeans were originally from the Caucasus, perhaps meaning the vast system of mountains from the north of the lower Danube. Diodorus mentions that Uranos had been busy for a long time with the observation of celestial phenomena. He was a prominent astronomer, even prophesizing many things which happened in the sky. In other traditions, the beginnings of astrology were attributed to Atlas, a famous king from the country of the Hyperborean, Diodorus. Plato mentions that the Hyperboreans had been the first to consider the universe as a sphere, at the center of which was the earth. Perhaps in this deep knowledge of cosmos and universe forged the legend that the entire universe was supported on Atlas' shoulders. Pliny, Historia Naturalis. Unfortunately, after becoming master of the ancient world, Saturn had to wage two harsh and fatal wars, one against Osiris, who had proclaimed himself king of Egypt, and the other with his son, Zeus, whose wars were called the Second Titanomachy in ancient Greek literature. Osiris was called Dionysos by the Greeks, Herodotus, and Diodorus. His father, as he asserted, had been Amon, Uranos, the king of Libya and Egypt. Diodorus. According to ancient traditions, Osiris had been reared either in Nysa in Arabia or at Nysa near the river Triton in Libya, where he had received instruction in all the branches of ancient sciences. According to other traditions, Saturn had three sons. Homer, the Iliad. Typhon was called by the Greeks Philo, Diodorus. Seth, Typhoon was called by the Greeks Seth, Philo, and Diodor, as called by the Egyptians Plutarch, and Ahriman in the religious traditions of Persia and Bactria. Osiris or Dionysus, and 3. Zeus. The war between Osiris, Zeus, and Seth, Typhoon, was called Gigantomachy in ancient Greek literature. Concerning the ancient Pelasgian symbols, the raven was a symbol of Seth, of the Hyperboreans, Apollo, Herodotus, Saturn, and Mithra. Varro mentions that the name of Saturn derives from Satis, meaning the sown field. On the other hand, Typhoon, according to the poet Quintus, was from Gaia Millenia, or Terra Nigra, the fertile dark soil of human areas. Typhoon was associated with the ass, like Hephaestus with the Eleusinian mysteries, the mysteries of Cybele, Hestia, and Dionysus. Apollo was also Hyperborean, Cicero, and Diodorus. His sister, Artemis, spent time, according to the poet Pindar, in the country near the Istru, Olympians. One of his famous temples was situated on the holy island of the mouths of the Danube, Diodorus, which was called Leuci Alba. I think that's the name of our supergroup now. Lyca. In ancient times and known today as Serpent's Island. Apollo was especially venerated in all the religions of the Exene Pontos, too. Additionally, Achilles and his Myrmidons, a Pelasgian tribe, was strongly related to the area. In a fragment of the 7th century lyric poet Alcaeus, he was called the ruler of Scythia. Artentus from Miletus, in his post-Homeric epic Atropos, told the story of Achilles' death and funeral, according to which Achilles' body was not buried in the Troad, but it was snatched from the pyre by Thetis and brought to Lyce, the White Island. Another Pelasgian ruler was Neptune. Ancient Greek traditions remind us that initially he had reigned over the country of the Hyperboreans, but after the dethronement of Saturn, Plato, Critias, and the great empire of the ancient world having been divided, Neptune had received the territory called Atlantis. That territory, which Plato called Atlantis, had in the beginning the name Etheria, a Pelasgian word altered in Greek literature, synonymous with Terra or Gaia. Now, in the last, that's the second time now that I've heard that the Atlanteans were Pelasgian. In the tablets of Linear B scripture of from Pylos, Pelea is also referred among other deities. Pelea is related to Poseidon, protector god of Pylos. The ceremonies of sanctification were held on their altars. Altar of Pelea. For Pelea, the offerings included a golden cup and a woman. The deity has been correlated with Phersepasa, Persia, namely Persephone in Mycenaean Greek, but this view is not widely accepted. Palmer, 1963. Iphimedeia was a princess of Thessalian origin, one of the lovemaids of Poseidon, and the mother of the giants Odos and Iphiates, Odyssey, Apollodorus, Metamorphosis. In fact, she was also a Crothian deity who was celebrated in Bodian, Anthedona, Naxos, and Caria. Probable her area of origin. Finally, Diphia was a deity of Pamphylia, or the female alternative of Zeus, later known as Dion. See Sacred Peleia of Dodona. One must not forget also that since the Homeric epos, the Pelasgian god Poseidon was related to the planet Saturn. Wood, 1991. Hesiod, Astronomy, explicitly stated that in the name of the Asteriums is in the doves, Pleiades.
Arnold Pleiades, Village 2006 p40.
Explicitly stated that the name
of the asterism is the doves, Pleiades, and not Pleiades. Billick, 2006, p40.
Pleiades and not Pleiades. Finally, some say that Atlas himself was once king of Arcadia and of the Pelasgians. Dionysius of Halicarnassus refers to Dardanus' original home as being situated in Arcadia, where Dardanus and his elder brother Lassus reigned as kings following Atlas. On the other hand, if Scholius of Apollodorus borrowed information from Athenian, who had written a comedy called The Samothracians, according to which he spoke of two, Cabiri Dardanus and Lasian, and the ancient mystic tradition
Same old Thracians.
The period when the Earth was moonless is probably the most remote recollection of mankind. Democritus and Anaxagoras taught that there was a time when the Earth was without the moon. Aristotle wrote that Arcadia in Greece, before being inhabited by the Hellenes, had a population of Pelasgians, and that these aborigines occupied the land already before there was a moon in the sky above the earth. For this reason, they were called Proselines. Apollonius of Rhodes mentioned the time when not all orbs were yet in the heavens, before the Danai and Deucalian races came into existence, and only the Arcadians lived, of whom it is said that they dwelt on the mountains and fed on acorns before there was a moon. Plutarch wrote, in Roman Questions, there were Arcadians of Evander's following, the so-called pre-lunar people. Similarly, wrote Ovid, the Arcadians are said to have possessed their land before the birth of Jove, and the folk is older than the moon. Hippolytus refers to a legend that Arcadia brought forth Pelasgians of greater antiquity than the moon. Lucian, in his astrology, says that the Arcadians affirm in their folly that they are older than the moon. Censorinus also alludes to the time in the past when there was no moon in the sky. Some allusions to the time before there was a moon may be found also in the scriptures. In Job 25:5, the grandeur of the Lord who makes peace in the heights is praised, and the time is mentioned before there was a moon. And it did not shine. Also in Psalm 72:5 it is said, Thou wasn't feared since the time of the sun and before the time of the moon, a generation of generations. A generation of generations means a very long time. Of course, it is of no use to counter this psalm with the myth of the first chapter of Genesis, a tale brought down from exotic and later sources. The memory of a world without a moon lives in oral tradition among the Indians. The Indians of Bogota Highlands in the eastern Cordilleras of Colombia relate some of their tribal reminiscences to the time before there was a moon. In the earliest times, when the moon was not yet in the heavens, say the tribesmen of the Chibchas, there are currently 3 theories of the origin of the moon. 1. The moon originated at the same time as the earth, being formed substantially from the same material, aggregated and solidifying. 2. Was formed not in the vicinity of the earth, but in a different part of the solar system, and was later captured by the earth. 3. The moon was originally a portion of the terrestrial crust and was torn out, leaving behind the bed of the Pacific. All three theories claim the presence of the moon on an orbit around the Earth for billions of years. Mythology may supply each of these views with some support. Genesis 1, for the first view. The birth of Aphrodite from the sea for the third view. Aphrodite's origin in the disruption of Uranus, and also the violence of sin, the Babylonian moon, seems to support the second view. Since mankind on both sides of the Atlantic preserved the memory of a time when the Earth was without a moon, the first hypothesis, namely of the moon originating simultaneously with the Earth and in its vicinity, is to be excluded, leaving the other two hypotheses to compete between themselves. We have seen that the traditions of diverse peoples offer corroborative testimony to the effect that in a very early age, but still in the memory of mankind, no moon accompanied the Earth. Since human beings already peopled the Earth, it is improbable that the moon sprang from it. There must have existed a solid lithosphere, not a liquid Earth. Thus, while I do not claim to know the origin of the moon, I find it more probable that the moon was captured by the Earth. Such an event would have occurred as a catastrophe. If the moon's formation took place away from the Earth, its composition may be quite different. There is no evidence to suggest whether the moon was a planet, a satellite of another planet, or a comet at the time of its capture by the Earth. Whatever atmosphere it may have had was pulled away by the Earth, by other contacting bodies, or dissipated in some other way. Since the time the moon began to accompany the Earth, it underwent the influence of contacts with comets and planets that passed near the Earth in subsequent ages. The mass of the moon being less than that of the Earth, the moon must have suffered greater disturbances in cosmic contacts. During these contacts, the moon was not carried away. This is due to the fact that no body more powerful than the Earth came sufficiently close to the moon to take it away from the Earth for good. But in the contacts that took place, the moon was removed repeatedly from one orbit to another. The variations in the position of the moon can be read in the variations in the length of the month. The length of the month repeatedly changed in subsequent catastrophic events. And for this, there exists a large amount of supporting evidence. In these later occurrences, the moon played a passive role, and Zeus in the Iliad advised it, Aphrodite, to stay out of the battle in which Athena and Ares, Venus and Mars, that I pronounced wrong for the whole video, were the main contestants. Okay, so what I'm thinking is when Earth was a satellite of Saturn, of course, the moon probably wasn't, there was a time when it wasn't with the Earth, maybe not even with the planets. I like the theory about the moon coming from Uranus, and it sounds like there might have been a time when the moon was very close to the Earth and still molten, which if that was the case for a while, it could have acted as the big masculine body that was observed in the last episode. So that's a possibility, and the Earth captured the moon, like it said, and then it slowly receded, or something maybe pulled it. There's so many things that could have happened, but delving down into it and trying to figure it out is fascinating. All right, references.
Hippolytus Refutatio Omnium Heresium VE. Aristotle FR 591 ed. V. Rose Geoidna Tübingen 1886. Cf. Pauli's Real Encyclopädie der klassischen Altertumswissenschaft. Article Mond H. Rocher Lexikon D. Lexicon D, Griech, and Romish, Mythology, Article, Proselynes, Argonauticae v.264.
Plutarch, Moralia, translated by F.C. Babbitt, section 76.
Fasti, translate by Sir J. Fraser, 290. Refutatio omnium heresium v.e.
Lucian Astrology, translated by A.M. Harmon, 1936.
Liber de Die Natali 19, also Scholium on Aristophanes' Clouds, line 398. Ed von Humboldt, VUE's Des. Cordilleras 1816, English translate researches concerning the institutions and monuments of the ancient inhabitants of America 1814, Volume 1, p. 87, cf. H. Fisher in Mondana Weld, 1930.
In addition to the sources cited above, the Nihongi Chronicles of Japan, Transactions, proceeding on the Japanese society, which recount how heaven and earth produced the moon god. The Kalevala of the Fens recalls a time when the moon was placed in orbit.
Cf. The effects of such an event on the Earth's rotation calculated by H. Gerstenkorn in Zeitschrift für Astrophysik 36, 1955, p. 245, cf. Iodine in Mantles of the Earth and the Terrestrial Planets. S.K. Runcorn, New York, 1967. Also Iodine in Icarus 990, cf. H. Alfman and G. Arrhenius.
Two alternatives for the history of the moon. Science 165, 1969. S.F. Singer and L.W. Banderman. Where was the moon formed? Science 1970. The moon was formed independently of the Earth and later captured, presumably by three-body interaction, and these events were followed by the dissipation of the excess energy through tidal friction in a close encounter. More recently, a study of lunar paleotides has shown that the moon could not have been formed in orbit around the Earth. A.J. Anderson, Lunar Paleotides and the Origin of the Earth-Moon System. The Moon and the Planets, 1978. Because of a certain degree of instability in the Sun-Earth-Moon system, the planetary origin and capture of the Moon by the Earth becomes a strong dynamic possibility. R. Mackenzie and Sebehe, forget it. Stability of the Sun-Earth-Moon system. The Astronomical Journal, 1977.
Cf. U. B. Cherniak on recent lunar atmosphere, Nature, 273, the 15th of June, 1978, pp.
497. The author found strong theoretical evidence of a considerable atmosphere on the moon during the greater part of its history. Yeah, I remember reading about that before. I think it's trying to grow one now. Wow, that was a longer reference than the article. I always found it odd that the Earth was this planet of beautiful color with an atmosphere and water, and the moon, which is in the sun's comfort zone too, so-called, is barren and dead. I never quite got that. If we were both in the same place at the same time, we should look similar. I like going through the references. Astronomical knowledge before the deluge. A civilization was destroyed, the real value of which is incalculable. Hebrew tradition estimates that the population of the antediluvian world amounted to millions. Adam is said to have invented 70 languages. Cain, his son, built cities and monuments and ruled over kings. They were representatives of generations. According to Hebrew legends, the deluge and its time had already been predicted by Enoch, and even more ancient generations were said to have erected tablets, calendric and astronomical calculations predicting the catastrophe. They must have seen it coming. This might have been the knowledge of months, of years and of periods of comets that the remote generations had acquired. It was in the celestial harmony and disharmony that the secrets of the upheavals were conceived to lie. The science about the times in which calamity could return and fall on our earth was cultivated among populations that had a vivid remembrance of days of misfortune or of lucky escape. It is told about the children of Seth, the son of Adam, that they were the inventors of that peculiar sort of wisdom which is concerned with the heavenly bodies and their order, and that their inventions might not be lost before they were sufficiently known. They made 2 pillars upon Adam's prediction that the world was to be destroyed, at one time by the force of fire, and at another time by the violence and quantity of water. The one was of brick, the other of stone, and they inscribed their discoveries on I lost my sound. What the heck? Where'd it go? Another time by the violence and quantity of water. Weird. The one was of brick, the other of stone, and they inscribed their discoveries on. Must be in the video. I'm gonna have to chop that out. I wasn't aware of it. Too bad. It's good information there. I'll redo it. Let's pull up a little bit. Oh, I like them dancers. Those are the dancers. The girls. They float across the ground. You can't see them walking. It's like they're floating in the room. It's pretty cool. Well, we'll just have to endure some silence. When this is over, I'll come out. For all the 243 years during which the influence of Enoch prevailed. In the story of Enoch's ascension, it is said that he predicted the disaster. Enoch was carried into the heavens in a fiery chariot drawn by fiery chargers. Now that is pretty wild. The day thereafter, the kings who had turned back in good time sent messengers to inquire into the fate of the men who had refused to separate themselves from Enoch, for they had noted the number of them. They found snow and great hailstones upon the spot whence Enoch had risen. And when they searched beneath, they discovered the bodies of all who had remained behind with Enoch. He alone was not among them. He was high in heaven. What the Agata means to tell is that a human being, and one gifted with the greatest wisdom concerning the heavenly bodies and their order, was brought away in a fiery storm which killed many, brought snow and meteorites, and which had been predicted by the one who disappeared. Some exact knowledge of the revolution of the bodies in the sky is ascribed here to the antediluvian generations. It is said that the real period of grace endured not for 7 days, but for 120 years. During this time, the flood was over mankind as a threat. Sanhedrin 108b. Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, 2:8, borrowed by Yasher Bereshit.
Genesis 5:24.
Is live in Hernando, Mississippi, where there's been spottings of a cougar and away from where a local man rolled his cell phone video on what some say is a cougar. Right back with a lot of reports.
Look at this picture here of the face on Mars, the left side. What does that look like to you? Kind of looks like a lizard to me. You see the lizard eye there, the slit? That's digital. And then they switch it over to analog and you get this. Comes right after it, and it looks like a clown, like an evil killer clown. Remember that movie? It's kind of weird. Is he coming out or going in the snake's mouth? This volume carries the name "In the Beginning," the words with which the book of Genesis starts. The name seems appropriate because it describes the cosmic events which are narrated in the first book of the Hebrew Bible, but also because I speak of events that preceded those described by me in Worlds in Collision. Thus, the name of the book conveys to the reader the notion that here is an earlier history of the world, compared with the story of Worlds in Collision, although it is the second volume in that series. In some sense, it is the first volume, being the earlier story. We call it a prequel today. When the manuscript of Worlds in Collision was first offered to the publisher, Macmillan and Company, New York, it contained a brief story of the deluge and of the cataclysm that terminated the Old Kingdom in Egypt. But after one of the publisher's readers suggested that the book should concentrate on one event, we compromised in presenting in the published volume two series of cataclysms. That would be his book of Mars and Venus. Those that took place in the 15th century before the present era, that's BC, and were caused by the near approaches of Venus, and those that occurred in the 8th century before this era, and were caused by near approaches of Mars. The unused material was left for elaboration in a separate work on Saturn and the Flood and Jupiter of the Thunderbolt. The reception of Worlds in Collision, however, made me understand that I had already offered more than was palatable. And so I did not hurry with what I consider to be the heritage of our common ancestors, an inheritance of which my contemporaries in the scientific circles preferred not to partake, much to our chagrin. We lose on that one. Researching and writing this book, I would sit at the feet of the sages of many ancient civilizations. One day, of the Egyptian learned scribes, another of the Hebrew ancient rabbis, the next of the Hindus, Chinese, or Pythagoreans. But then, rising to my feet, I would confer with the present-day scientific knowledge. At times, I came to understand what perplexed the ancients. And at other times, I found answers to what perplexes the moderns. This shuttle back and forth was a daily occupation for a decade or more, and it became a way to understand the phenomena, to listen to those who lived close to the events of the past, even to witness and to try to understand them in the light of the theoretical and experimental knowledge of the last few centuries. In this matter, confronting witnesses and experts, I realized very soon that the ancient sages lived in a frightened state of mind, justified by the events they or their close ancestors had witnessed. The ancients' message was an anguished effort to communicate their awe engendered at seeing nature with its elements unchained. The moderns, however, denied their ancestors' wisdom, even their integrity, because of an all-embracing fear of facing the past, even the historically documented experience of our progenitors. As recent as 80 generations ago, I have deliberately described the catastrophe of the second and first millennia before this era before I describe the catastrophes of the previous ages. The reason is obvious. The history of catastrophes is extremely unsettling to the historians, evolutionists, geologists, astronomers, and physicists. That word doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, does it? Therefore, it is preferable to start from the better known and then proceed to the less known. For the last catastrophe caused by the contact of Mars and the Earth, I could establish the year, the month, and even the day. Not so for the catastrophes in which Venus and the Earth participated. When only the approximate time in the space of a definite century could be established still, I found it advisable to narrate the story of the second millennium first. It was possible to write the story of the contacts with Venus with a fair amount of detail, but each cataclysm is not only more remote in a time from us, it is also obscured by the catastrophes that followed. As we seek to penetrate even deeper into the past, we can see the foregoing periods through the veil of catastrophes. Dimmer and dimmer is the light behind every veil, till our eye can distinguish no more, behind the veil that hangs over the period when Earth was moonless. Though already inhabited by human life, we do not know the beginning. We can only enter the theater at what may have been the third or fourth act. Emanuel Velikovsky. This world came into existence out of a chaos of fluid driven by a divine blast. This is the epic beginning of the book of Genesis. The earth was chaotic and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and God's wind moved upon the face of the fluid. From this primeval matter, in a process of subsequent creations, was born the home of the living. Already before the birth of our earth, worlds were shaped and brought into existence, only to be destroyed in the course of time. Nor is this world inhabited by man, the first of things earthly created by God. He made several worlds before ours, but he destroyed them all. The earth underwent reshaping 6 consecutive remoldings. Heaven and earth were changed in every catastrophe. 6 times the earth was rebuilt, without entire extirpation of life on it. But with major catastrophes, 6 ages have passed into the great beyond. This is the 7th creation, the time in which we live. According to another tradition, several heavens were created. 7, in fact. Also 7 earths. Do you know there is only one photograph of the whole earth from space? And this one is it, allegedly taken by the Apollo 17 astronauts on their way back from the moon. And you can always tell by that little hook cloud above the Sudan were created. The most removed being the 7th, Aries, followed by the 6th, Adama, the 5th, Arka, the 4th, Harabah, the 3rd, Yabasha, the 2nd, Tabel, and our own land called Helad. And like the others, it is separated from the foregoing by abyss, chaos, and waters. The description permits an interpretation that all the 7 earths exist simultaneously, but a deeper insight will allow us to recognize that the original idea did not admit 7 concurrent but separate firmaments and worlds in space, but only consecutive in time, and built one out of another. The 7 heavens form a unity. The 7 kinds of earth form a unity, and the heavens and the earth together also form a unity. The Hebrew cosmology, in its true sense, is a conception of worlds built and reshaped with the purpose of bringing creation closer to perfection. The separation of one world from another by abyss and chaos evidently refers to the cataclysms that separated the ages. References: Ginsburg, Legends of the Jews, Philadelphia 1925, Ginsburg Legends 1, 10F, Legends 11, and the notion of a succession of worlds created and destroyed is common to many nations of antiquity.
Vicentius Sangomano, Cosmographia Burma, quoted by F. Buchanan.
On the religion and literature of the Burmas.
Asiatic Researches 5, 1799, p. 174-180, wrote,
The universe is called by the Burmas Laga, which signifies successive destruction and reproduction. The Burma writings do not conceive of one world, but of an infinite number, one constantly succeeding another, so that when one is destroyed, another of the same form and structure arises. Planet ages. The ages of the past between the successive catastrophes and many diverse sources, sun ages. I have tried to show why this designation is meaningful, but the ancients also maintained that the successive ages were initiated by planets: Moon, Saturn, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Mars. Therefore, the sun ages could also have been called planet ages. Hesiod ascribed the Golden Age to the time when the planets ages to the time of the planet Jupiter. The same concept is found in Virgil, who says that before Jove's day, that's Jupiter, i.e., in the Golden Age when Saturn reigned, no tillers subdued the land. Even to mark the field or divide it with bounds is unlawful. The idea that the earth was under the sway of different planets at different ages is also the teaching of the Pythagoreans, the Magi, Gnostic sects, and secret society. Sounds like sex. In numerous astrological texts, the same concept is repeated, that 7 millennia were dominated by 7 planets, one after another. The worshippers of the devil, the Syrian sect Yezidis or Yezidis, believe that 7,000 years had passed since the deluge. At the end of every millennium, one of 7 planet gods descends on the earth, establishes the new order and new laws, and then retreats to his place. An identical tradition is found in the writings of Julius Africanus. The ages of the ancestors passed under the government of the planets, each in its turn. Also, according to the Ethiopian text of the first book of Enoch, the 7 world ages were each dominated by one planet. The Gnostic sect Mandeans taught in its holy book, Sidra Rabba, that the history of mankind is composed of 7 epochs, that these epochs were terminated by catastrophes, and that one of the planets ruled in each epoch. Epoch or epoch? I guess it's a tomato thing. The length of the ages in the Sidra Rabba is made very long, but the concept is nevertheless common to many ancient creeds. Worlds in collision, the world ages, the sun ages. Works and Days, translated by Evelyn White. I'll just spare you the years, you can see them.
George X.
Fairclough, and you can see that one there. Kumant Gelzer, Journal of Society of Oriental Research. R.H. Charles, The Book of Enoch, or I Enoch. Is that a 1? My bad eyes. Let's see.
1 Enoch, Oxford, 1912, LII 2-9, pp. 102 ffcf. Pousset d'Arhimel Risder Seal, p. 244.
Genzer, Codex Nassarius, Liber Adami Appellatus M. Norberg Transil and ed. Volume 3, London, 1815, pp. 69.
I like how it says Real Encyclopedia. I didn't know there were fake ones. Herzog Knock, 3rd, 1903. I don't wish to bore you with references, but I think it's important because it might ring a bell with someone, or perhaps someone would like to look in one of these books. So I provide them. Planet Aegis, that was a quick one. I wouldn't mind even getting a few that I've seen, like Herodotus
Or
Herodotus. Sounds a little better, I guess. And Saturnalia. I noticed that one. And another one I see a lot is the Icarus. Those books I found through the references to be interesting. I'd like to check them out
it's
sometime.
Herodotus.
And I just might do that. You don't know how hard it is for me to refrain from bad puns on all of this stuff. For example, the you gotta, if you gotta. You see what I mean? Many traditions persist that at some time in the past, the moon was much brighter than it is now, and larger in appearance than the sun. In many rabbinical sources, it is stated that the sun and the moon were equally bright at first. The same statement was made to D. Sahagan by the Aborigines of the New World. The sun and the moon had equal light in the past. At the other end of the world, the Japanese asserted the same. The Nihongi, these names, the Nihongi Chronicle says that in the past, the radiance of the moon was next to that of the sun in splendor. Traditions of many peoples maintain that the moon lost a large part of its light and became much dimmer than it had been in earlier ages. In order that the sun and the moon should give off comparable light, the moon must have had an atmosphere with a high albedo, refracting power, or it must have been much closer to the Earth. In the latter case, the moon would have appeared larger than the sun. In fact, the Babylonian astronomers computed the visible diameter of the sun as only 2/3 the visible diameter of the moon, which makes a relation of 4 to 9 for the illuminating surfaces. This measure surprised modern scholars who are aware of the exactness of the measurements made by the Babylonian astronomers, and who reason that during the eclipses one can easily observe the approximate equality of the visible disks.
Targum Yerushalmi, Genesis chapter 1 verse 16 and Numbers chapter 28 verse 15, Harlan 60b.
Man, thank God I don't show the words
Other
anymore.
sources in Ginsburg, Legends V34FF. B. to Sahagan, Historia General.
De las Costa de la Nueva Expanda. Cf. The Peruvian tradition recorded by Pedro Sarmiento de Gamboa in the 16th century, according to which Viracocha created the moon brighter than the sun. There's that Nihongi again. 1896 that book was written. Thompson, all that stuff there. Handbook of the South American Indians, 1948. The Earth Without the Moon, section, see above. Weidner, unless I'm missing something there. And these guys. Supplements. Pauli Wasowa. All right. And that was it.
Wait to the end of the video, it's half over.
Wanted to share a website with you. It's called mythsorhistory.com. I don't know if Thunderbolts is involved with it or not. I want to know what happened when, huh? But they're investigating the origin and transmission of cultural memory and ancient mythology, archaeoastronomy, traditional esotericism.
I'm going to skip past this
Myth
because
is the
it's
history
different
of the
now.
psyche.
They've changed it.
William Irwin Thompson.
I'll
Myth
play it
is
for a
the
little
history of the solar system. David Talbot said that. Myths or History is a growing compilation of interdisciplinary correlations demonstrating the historical accuracy of cosmological catastrophes. Recorded in the world mythology and deeply imprinted, I'll get it together here, deeply imprinted in the cultural memory of humankind. And as they go through the whole thing, and there's the Jupiter myth, you can check that out. And if you go to chronology, I'll just take the first page and read it. And it's, man, this stuff is just explosive. It's interesting, you know. They give you pictures and a little bit of breakdown. So 10,900 is the furthest they go back. We've got some pictures here. It's the solar system. That's the bay there, gouged out. Some impacts. And there's, you know, they tell you about it too in script. But Birkeland, number 1, I guess, Birkeland current, field current, Proto-Saturn nebula attracted to the sun. So Saturn was just floating along and it got too close to the sun. Proto-Saturn's large positive charge, repulsive shock. And that was the initial nova from Velikovsky, I assume. And in a 280-mile wide anode blister in Hudson Bay. Being on the Earth at that time maybe could have been similar to climbing inside of a rocket engine and trying to survive. It just seems like it was unimaginable what was going on at that time. Tortured landforms, Senecalac, Belcher Islands, charge equilibrium, Saturn dumps electrons too, equilibrate scarred satellites, the gouges on continental shelf, boring points, blistering, rapid meltwater formation of the eskers and drumlins. 3. Earth torque, heliarc sculpting. This is the thunderbolts. Saginaw impact manifold, carving of Great Lakes. Wow. We were always told it was glaciers. But I always wondered, where did the residue from the glaciers go? Never seen where it could have went to, because it had to go somewhere. It makes more sense to me that it was sculpted out electrically. That's why the oceans look like they've been scraped out. Rapid flowing meltwater formation of glacial terrain. Not so much by aliens, but by gigantic thunderbolts. Carolina, Nebraska sandhills and bays, carbon spherules. 2. The repulsive shock. Bam. Compressive shock wave generates high temperatures, incinerates forests and prairies, North America, boils lakes and rivers, incinerates all plant and animal life, tar pits. Repulsive folding of the Appalachian and Rocky Mountains. Clovis Point culture terminated. Want to know where the Clovis folks went? There it is. Gore, the father. Chilumbalum, Mesoamerica. Those are a couple of Clovis fingers. This is a good picture. That's the Earth flare star. Uh-oh, how do I get out of this? Okay. Okay, then we move to 4, alteration of Earth's axis and orbital period. What is that? Yuctasaur?
Yuctasaur.
Yuctasaur, 1894. Sun relocates away from the grand center. Proto-Saturn. Cordona, 1982. So Yuctasaur was the one who added this. Cordona came in with his books. Thornhill, 1998. Proto-Saturn attracted the sun. Cook. I think that's Chinook Cook. 2001. Saturn's orbital period reduced. Earth's synchronous rotation ends. Subpolar rotation begins. Okay, so synchronous. So it must be from Saturn, right? and then the subpolar. So there was a change in the Earth's rotation at that point that would have brought on major, just outstanding. Primordial dark purple dawn era under Proto-Saturn during its sub-brown dwarf star stage. A view looking north from the Siberian Arctic coast. The weather was just balmy, I guess. So it would have been dusk, drizzly and balmy at all times. Plasticine nonconformity. Pleistocene. I know. Some people say you didn't pronounce it right. Let's see how the guy pronounces it.
Pleistocene.
Pleistocene. Okay. Nonconformity. Drowning of aquatic habitats. Disappearance of homelands. Gaps of evidence. Displaced waters and torrential rains in the mytho-historical record. Huron cosmology. Red score testimony. Hindu Vishnu Purana. Earth tectonic expansion. Chaotic debris, purple dawn. And so it's there. If you want to check it out, I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I'll have it in the description for you. It's excellent.
Also in the mythological record then, because what this might mean, we have two different versions here of it, but if we're imagining that we are on Earth, which is primarily in Saturn's rule, basically, in that sense, and we're traversing through the universe, then the sun that we currently know today would have, from our perspective, looked at a new foreign incoming, dangerous almost, if you will, then body. This could be the Marduk, Tiamat, the rogue planet, Phaeton. I mean, it has many names. Comments on that, Troy?
Well, I would actually point to Jupiter more on the, and of course we're talking about the work of Sitchin and people like that who have sort of looked at this idea of a rogue planet menacing the system. In terms of the Saturn theory model and so on, once Saturn entered, once its plasmasphere equalized with the sun's heliosphere and such, it lost its opaqueness, and suddenly those humans existing at the time on the world would have been confronted for the first time us, and one particular star approaching from the west would have been quite prominent, which we, under this model, would have been the sun. Now, just as an aside there, I find it fascinating. It always troubled me when reading the Genesis accounts in the Bible that it wasn't until the third day of creation that the sun, moon, and stars were actually seen.
Formed or in place, yeah.
That's right, yeah. We have a let there be light moment at the beginning, but the sun and the stars and so on are not seen to this third day. And we'll get back more into that, because this is really what we're talking about in mythological terms is, of course, this event with Saturn's plasmasphere equalizing, becoming transparent, very much tied with the beginning of what we call a golden age. And yes, this star arising would have been a completely new object.
The opening monologue was written by my son, Greg J. Jr. He goes by Celtic J on YouTube. Problem with it is that he spends so much time creating that he doesn't have any time for the next step. And really, when it comes down to it, that was the big stumbling block for me too when I was writing songs. Is, okay, you got the song written and you love it, and now what? Because it's not that easy to get it heard. But he's writing so much that trying to get him to start getting some of his stuff heard and read, it needs to be heard. Now I just say take it straight to the people. I asked him to write something for me, and he went off and wrote this thing you heard right there in about 10 minutes. He's quite the wordsmith. He's written a book, and we're trying him to do that for me, and he did. I thought, I always like to point out oddities. And I love finding faces, and this time is no different. This is the sunspot, and there is so much going on in here that I see. I realize it's my imagination, but I don't believe in pareidolia, or doilia, or whatever that's called. And I just see so much going on here, and I don't know, I guess it could be just a good, vivid imagination, but look at this guy right here, his forehead, his hair. Look at that. Look at those eyes. Those are perfect eyes. Now, you know, there is a theory that the sun is hell. I mean, I'm not saying it exists. I'm not saying it isn't. It's just really cool to muse about. Here's a face right here. Look at this. Perfect face. Hair. He's got sun holes for eyes. His lips. And there seems to be like a dude right here whispering in his ear, and then there's a guy right here behind him. There's a couple of guys over here and here. No, not there. Here it is. And there was another one that, you know, they're so hard you lose them. But look at all this. This looks like a line of people, you know, and like pushing and shoving faces, you know. I know that it's probably not. That's pretty damn busy if you just look for things, you know. And I know that you can make skulls just in a painting by dabbing a brush, and you don't mean to, but that eye looks so defined. You say, well, it can't be real because he's got an elephant nose, until you see this picture. A human with an elephant nose. You know, I don't know. I like to point out oddities, you know. Maybe I've been hitting the stick a little bit too much. And then this thing here, this, what is that? Oh, man, that's a good fake if it's a fake, which it has to be. I know. That's a pretty ugly fake. I mean, it's pretty good. And, well, have you ever had mornings where you felt like that? I have.
All right. Yeah, that was pretty good. I enjoyed that. I haven't watched it in a while. Thank God I don't show the words anymore, huh? It's boring looking at words. But I read something that said, it was pretty good. It said, people retain 5% of what they read, 10% of what they watch, 15% if you watch it and read it, and I think like 75% if you teach it. So maybe that's why I do this, so I can retain more. How is everybody doing? I want to get you on camera here. Yeah, that was it was very good. I'm going to show the videos I have first, but I have more audios that get a little deeper on the Pelasgians. I realized this was Velikovsky, but it was pertaining to that genre, so I thought it appropriate to play. All right, I'm gonna put you guys on. How can I get you? Oh, wait a minute. Gotta reprogram it, Greg. There they are. Boom and boom. Okay. Now I can come over and say hello to everybody. Hello, everybody. And I get, wow, 50. That's excellent. Thanks for coming. It's been pretty good tonight, huh? Play a little bit of music, get the soul adjustment, and then get in there and get to the meat and potatoes. 100% Stucky Marks, Renegade, Shockwave. Hey, Rick, what's going on? I'm going to jump in the booth in a bit. We're going to show one more Velikovsky, and then if you guys want to get in the booth, that's cool. Gerald Waxer, hey Gerald, how you doing, man? Renegade again, and Mind Readers. What is that? Mind Dreaders. You guys do this to me on purpose, don't you? Ruger Sturm. Sounds like a country and western star. Sticky Marks. We got Dan the Tube Man. Sup? It's good to see you. Usually I don't see you till the morning. Alchemy 88. Solid. Good to see you. 67 6 tar 6. Good to meet you. Renegade again. St. Pauli girl is here to save the day. Good to see you. And Shockwave, of course. He's the one who gets me out of trouble when I screw things up. Circlec, good to see you, man. Very good to see you. Alex Builds, very good to meet you, if you're still here. I won't be much longer. Ray Carr, I just want to acknowledge you guys, pay my respects, say hello to you, spend a little bit of time with you. We're going to do a little chatting later. I got some more Pelasgian stuff to show you. Into that? Does that sound good? I still got a whole thing with Ramon too, but we can only do what we can do. He'll probably be on part B. No, Greg, it's 7 stars. What's 7 stars mean? All of us at one time. Yeah, sure. We'll do our usual chat, nightly chat. I got let me see. I'm gonna just look real quick to see what I got left to show in the videos, because it's almost at an end. Right back. The next one coming up is pre-Adamite age moon worship, and then that's 20 minutes, and then we can do our chat. But I still got plenty. Oh, wait a minute, the Nephilim. I should show the Nephilim right now first. When I made it, it's written by Velikovsky, and if you read between the lines, you can see that there were times when he might have wanted to talk about things like extraterrestrials, but he knew that if he did, that he'd be run out, as a kook. So he didn't even approach it. But he talks about it in this video. And, I felt creative, so I kind of put it to a theme of the movie that was my favorite movie as a kid, and that was The Day the Earth Stood Still. So just forget about that.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
The present state of the moon and of Mars and other celestial bodies does not imply that in the past they were equally desolate. Concerning Mars and the moon, we have the testimony of our ancestors, supported by modern observation, that these bodies were engaged in near collisions only a few thousand years ago. It is not excluded that under conditions prevailing on their surfaces prior to these events, life could have developed there, or elsewhere in the solar system to an advanced stage. Working in the early 1940s on worlds in collision, which in its original form covered also the cataclysmic events preceding the Exodus, I wondered at a certain description that sounded like a visit from space. The 6th chapter of the book of Genesis starts this way: "And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose." The story told in Genesis 6 about the sons of God,
B'nai
Elam, coming to the daughters of men is usually explained as referring to an advanced priesthood that mingled with backward tribesmen. When Columbus discovered America, the natives, according to the diary of his first voyage, regarded him and his crew as having arrived from the sky. A similar occurrence could have taken place in pre-diluvial times, when some invaders from a remote part of the world came and were regarded as sons of God. But if we are today on the eve of interplanetary travel, we must not declare as absolutely impossible the thought that this earth was visited ages ago by some people, some reach hoary antiquity, antecedent to the composition of the Bible text. The Book of Enoch narrates that the group was composed of males only, 200 in number, under the leadership of one by the name of Shemhazai. Agadic literature says that the sons of God tried to return to heaven from where they had come, but could not. The new arrivals were probably of gigantic stature. Their progeny, with women of the earth, were giants. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown. Having fathered giants, they themselves must have been not of human size. The planet from which they came, I would not know to determine. El would refer to Saturn. The great size of the visitors would suggest a smaller body, where the gravitational influence would be less. 10,000 years is only an instant in the life of the cosmos. 10,000 years ago, man was only in a rude Stone Age. Today, he contemplates to visit other planets. If such progress is made in a time as short as this, who knows what secrets are concealed in the past or in the future? Because the story seemed so fantastic, I made up my mind at that time not to publish anything on the subject when discussing the deluge and still earlier events. I came to this idea in 1940 and 41. In the 1950s, many people reported sighting UFOs, which were claimed to be vehicles of visitors from other planets, a view which does not find any credence with me. In 1957, the space age began, and by the late 1960s, when the proposal that there were ancient visitors to Earth from other star systems found its way into print, in 1960, a Russian physicist and mathematician, M. Agreste, came to the conclusion that Baalbek Stone was a platform for ascent by ancient space travelers, and that Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by atomic weapons. February 9, 1960. At the time, I saw some alluring points to this thesis, but I would strongly question the implication that extraterrestrial visitors came to Earth as late as the Old Kingdom in Egypt, because this is the time to which the patriarch Abraham, a contemporary of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, belonged. Previously, several correspondents engaged me on the subject. One correctly observed that in order to procreate, the visitors must have been the same species as man. The Nephilim would more correctly be rendered as sons of gods, and may possibly be taken in the sense of sons of planets, or those who came from the planets. Several sources, including the Book of Enoch and Clement of Alexandria, maintain that the Nephilim brought with them much astronomical and technical knowledge which they imparted to mankind. They couldn't have been all bad. A sun-like star is going to be really rare because they have no way of getting water. They have to be in an environment where they can get water, and that's why I'm with Velikovsky and Thunderbolts when they say that the Earth was a satellite of a brown dwarf star, simply for that matter, for the oxygen and the water that we have. And now, sure enough, they found a system. Well, here, let me play this for you. This will tell you better.
Imagine a place with not one, not two, but 7 Earth-sized planets all orbiting a single star. It's not just science fiction, thanks to a new discovery by NASA's Spitzer Space Telescope. TRAPPIST-1, an ultra-cool dwarf star just under 40 light-years away, plays host to this incredible collection of planets. In 2016, astronomers using the TRAPPIST telescope at the La Silla Observatory in Chile first identified 3 Earth-sized planets here. The discovery warranted extensive follow-up by Spitzer, whose infrared detectors are particularly sensitive to the cool glow of this tiny star. Spitzer devoted over 21 days of nearly continuous observations to TRAPPIST-1, pausing only to send data back to Earth. It was looking for tiny dips in the star's brightness when the circling planets pass in front of the star or transit. From this extensive dataset, astronomers confirmed 2 of the 3 previously reported planets and found the third was really 3 different ones. Plus it discovered 2 more for a total of 7. The transits tell us a lot about these planets, including their size, orbital period, distance from the star, and for some of them, their approximate mass and density. NASA's Hubble Space Telescope followed up by studying the transits to look for the chemical hydrogen gas in the exoplanet atmospheres. While its search continues, none has been found yet, adding support to the idea these are all rocky terrestrial worlds. That makes this a planetary system that is both familiar yet exotic. It is likely most, if not all, of these planets perpetually keep one face pointed toward their star, a phenomenon called tidal locking. This would create large temperature gradients across their surfaces and offer the possibility that liquid water could exist on any of them under the right conditions. Moreover, if you could stand on the surface of one of these worlds and look up at your neighboring planets in the sky, they would at times appear larger than our moon looks to us. That's because TRAPPIST-1 is only a little bigger than Jupiter, and the TRAPPIST-1 planets orbit only a little farther apart than Jupiter's moons. Interplanetary trips here would be measured in days, not months or years like in our solar system. For now, we can only speculate what these exoplanets might be like, as we still know relatively little about them. Upcoming missions like the James Webb Space Telescope will study the TRAPPIST-1 system in greater detail and uncover more clues about the atmospheres and compositions of these 7 Earth-sized worlds.
It's kind of funny, though.
I know. Everybody funny. Now you for that too.
I think they're probably prepping us to tell us that alien life exists in the universe. They're going to have to take it one obstacle at a time. But that's the thing. That's why the Purple Dawn theory is so vital. Because these planets have to get their oxygen, their atmospheres, and whatever it is they need to sustain life from this little brown dwarf star or red dwarf. Once the planet is outside of the stars, out of the star's plasma sheath, then that kind of indicates something has happened to blow that plasma sheath away. And then at that point, the planet is going to be stuck with what it has, if it can hold on to it. In the case of Mars, it wasn't able to. It must have been very frustrating for him to paint someone a blueprint and have them still not get it. That word obstinate comes to mind. It's kind of funny, though.
I said I know. Everybody funny. Now you for that too.
I'm gonna read something to you, and you tell me if you know who wrote it. Estimates that super technological starmen with interstellar spaceships may have visited Earth some 5,000 times since life first proliferated on Earth some 500 million years ago. Who do you think said that? All right, time's up. The answer is Carl Sagan. How about that? I guess he can, engage with the mysteriously improved skeletal characteristics and with the cranial capacity that is amazingly in excess by 100 cubic centimeters of that of modern man. A similarly large degree of brain expansion occurred in absolutely no other species on Earth. In all the ages of the past, not has any genus shown evidence of brain mutation of a comparable magnitude since antiquity. Why aren't the apes getting bigger brains and evolving? The rabbits. No other species. The brains of all these early humans were 10 to 15% larger than ours. Well, this even goes further. We got them as cavemen. I don't think that they were cavemen. And I know that one thing, so that they could figure out the mysteries of the universe. Now, Hoagland says that you can get, when you look at the moon up close, you see a light at the edges, and that is the crystalline structures or glass structures that were built like domes. And, this is what the moon looks like just looking at it through my regular lens. It's pretty bright and can't make much out. And when I zoom in on it, you can see what he's talking about. And you see that light around the edges there. It's green, sometimes it's blue. It just depends. Now, I don't know if this is a photography effect or if it's like he says, light from the sun filtering through glass structures. Could very well be. Many times I've poo-pooed things that Hoagland has said, but more often than not, it turns out that he's not just talking out of his butt. He seems to have a grasp on this thing. I sometimes thinks that he sees a building in every rock pile, but yet, see, to us, as an untrained eye, it might look like a rock pile. I know that the man has to have a lot of experience, so I have to give him his props for that. He's really trying to make a difference and bring us what they're up to over there at NASA. And I think that's a good thing. I think that he's sincere in his work.
Line with the actual solid horizon of space above the airglow. Now pay attention to your screen at the top center. We'll see a dot of light appear and begin to move from right to left. Watch carefully. The dot will turn hard right in apparent response to a brief flash from the lower left. 3 seconds later, two contrails move sharply upward from the lower left. In my opinion, the NASA shuttle video you have just seen is among the most extraordinary pieces of footage in television history. A truly extraordinary leak of what has to be the world's most secret military program. This is not just wild-eyed speculation. There is a document which was uncovered in the 1980s, declassified by the Air Force from the Wright-Patterson Technical Library in Ohio, that in fact reveals in the 1950s, for approximately 10 or 20 years, this nation, all the major aerospace companies were engaged in research on electrogravitic technology. Electrogravitics is basically the control of gravity. In 1958, after a special conference arranged among all these players by the Air Force, all reference to this technology in the open literature disappeared. But underground, quietly, with secret, black-budgeted money, who knows what by now these people and these processes could have developed.
That's all they are. So, you know, my problem here is if we keep explaining every human technological innovation by crashed and recovered extraterrestrial flying saucers, pretty soon we're going to have to start crashing stuff on ET's world so that they can catch back up with us. I mean, this is a philosophical, epistemological, go nowhere basis to do research. So when I look at what the Nazis are doing, particularly their more exotic stuff, what I'm looking at are the papers in unified field theory that are coming out inside of Germany with German authors, in some cases British authors, French authors, that are thinking in these terms. And then I'm also looking at engineering papers. This is very, very crucial because you can talk theory all you want, but can you do that with 1930s technology? And there's a very important figure that I keep discussing in my books. It's a fellow by the name of Gabriel Kron, K-R-O-N, a Hungarian electrical engineering genius, all right? This guy ended up working in the United States for General Electric. You know, that should tell you something right there. But in 1935, and this just blew my mind the first time I found this out, in 1935, Gabriel Kron wrote a paper that won him the Montefiore Prize at the University of Liège in Belgium. And in the paper, what he says is we electrical engineers can explain anomalous phase creep and so on in large networked rotating electrical systems by the use of tensor calculus. Now, you know, tensor calculus is what Albert Einstein is using in general relativity. So what Kron is just telling you is we can take that whole hyperdimensional mathematical language out of the realm of theory where it only affects things on a planetary or stellar scale, bring it right down here onto the laboratory bench, and use this to explain and therefore manipulate phenomena that we electrical engineers are encountering in our electrical systems. What he's just told you is, in a certain sense, we don't need the theory to have a unified field theory. We can use this stuff right now with current technology and with current mathematical higher dimensional analysis. That's breathtaking. And, you know, incidentally, at the moment he publishes this paper and receives this prize, unified field theory publication absolutely stops inside of Nazi Germany. There's not another word about it. And, you know, this isn't because the Nazis are afraid of Jewish physics. What it means is they've seen exactly what the implications are, and they've decided to start working on it.
Wow. Indeed. Well, that's going to do it for me tonight. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to Cece and Jan Martin for the donation. I don't get many. I appreciate them all. And until next time, I'll see you on down the road. We'll take a little break, chat with a few people for a little bit, and see how everybody's doing. Yeah, that was pretty good, huh? I was kind of a little astounded when I read that paper from Velikovsky at the Velikovsky Archives that he actually talked about aliens. And that, you know, that was like, well, you know, it was kind of refreshing in a way because if he can do it, I can too. So, yeah.
Let me see. I gotta go over to the chat room. Okay. Oh shit. Ah. Okay. What? Oh, that's right. Yeah. Where is? Okay, I see you guys. Just stay right there. Hold on. I don't see the hall. Where the hell is the hall? I saw it and then it disappeared. That was weird, man. What's voice channel? Okay, hold on. I gotta undo this. Hello? There it is. Okay, I got it. Hey, what's going on? That was weird. It kind of blinked out and then it blinked back in. Are you guys there? Grouch? St. Pauli girl? I'm in the room with you guys, and you're not lighting up. Both your mics are muted. Did you not want to chat? I mean, it's okay. I don't care. I mean, I can just go back to the videos. I was saying St. Pauli girl and Grouch. Come on in and or is Rick around still? Shockwave too. Come on. We got, we'll chat for a little bit.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. That's cool. I didn't know because I saw you, but I saw your mic muted. Okay, Grouch is here. Where's Shockwave? So what do you guys think? You into that? Has that been pretty good so far?
It's been pretty good. Yeah, we've had some good conversations in the chat.
Oh, really? That's cool. Yeah, I know it's kind of hard to pay attention when you're chatting. So, but you can always watch it later, another time. The socializing is cool. Yeah, that's cool.
Well, I mean, we're watching what the video or whatever, and then some people bring something up about something that you said. Next thing you know, we're chatting about that. So we're watching the video and talking about it. So
that's cool. I like that. I think that's great. But it was when I first read that from the Nephilim by Velikovsky, I was a little shocked because I didn't think he would transgress to that, genre, but he did, and he talked about it pretty well, actually, and I mean, he had an open mind even when he was an old dude. He still had an open mind. I love that about him. You don't see too many scientists like that.
He's a smart guy. That's a smart scientist.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he was really humble too. I don't see him being like egotistical or uppity. I see him as being pretty down to earth. And he was dedicated to his research. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And he's like the father of interdisciplinary science. And if you think about it, everything does need to line up. Because if something doesn't line up, then something's wrong. And what Joseph Farrell was talking about was in Germany, the implications of that guy's paper were so big that they knew the universe was electric at that point, because that's why electrogravitics works, because it's in an electric universe. It's pretty obvious. You look at the universe, how lit up it is, and you look at all these galaxies, or that one Mauna Kea or whatever it is. It shows us it looks like a gigantic thunderbolt discharging, but instead of lightning and being instantaneous, it lasts for billions or trillions, maybe even years.
You mean that one strike or one whatever is lasting for?
Well, that's
Wow.
that's my interpretation of it. Yeah, because when you see it, I wish I knew where that picture was that I have. Ted showed it in a video we did with him, where he shows it's called what's the name that the supercluster is now called? It's called a name like Mauna Kea or something like that, or oh my goodness. Well, anyways, they got a little red dot where the Milky Way galaxy is. This thing is immense, and it looks just like a lightning strike. It's pretty amazing. And to see that and to say, you know, the universe, electricity doesn't have anything to do with the universe, just crazy. But yeah, so I've always been interested in these Pelasgians, and I got a lot more stuff still to come, and some of it's juicy. You know, it's a mixed bag. I got a couple, I think one from a mainstreamer, but and one from a guy that's kind of on the fringe, but there's another one in between. Some of it's very informing, you know. This Pelasgians lead to everything, like I said, Hyperborea, it leads to Atlantis, it leads to all kinds of stuff. That's why I find it so interesting.
I like to hear everything. I like to hear all of it.
Yes, me too. I'm into all of it too. Yeah. So Shockwave, you're not going to come and say hi, or what do you want to do? You, Paula, you seem like you're busy, so it's cool, man. I'll just put the videos back on. You know, we can chat later. You seem like you're detained.
No, not me.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Well, I'm watching the chat and I'm typing in there, but I'm
no, it's cool.
I'm doing what I always do.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, you know, I'm just so into the video. I think I should maybe get back to it.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. We'll get back to it. We got a couple more videos to watch, and then we're going to get to the juicy audios. All right. I'll be back.
Cool.
An ancient tradition ascribed the establishment of moon worship to Adam, the first man. The medieval Arab scholar Abu Bakr wrote, "They, the Sabians, say that Adam was born from male and female, just like the rest of mankind. But they honored him greatly and said that he had come from the moon, that he was the prophet and apostle of the moon, and that he had exhorted the nations that they should serve the moon. They also related about Adam that when he had left the moon and proceeded from the area of India towards Babylonia, that he brought many wonders with him. The Adamites, the antediluvian men, were most probably not the first human beings on the planet, even admitting that by expulsion from the Garden of Eden is allegorized a catastrophe which quite destroyed mankind prior to the deluge. It is impossible to declare that it was the first catastrophe. It depends on the memory of the peoples which catastrophe they consider as the act of creation. Human beings, rising from some catastrophe, bereft of memory of what had happened, regarded themselves as created from the dust of the earth. All knowledge about the ancestors, who they were, and in what interstellar space they lived, was wiped away from the memory of the few survivors. The Talmudic rabbinical tradition believes that before Adam was created, the world was more than once inhabited and more than once destroyed. It was at the end of the first age, symbolized by the expulsion of man from the blessed Garden of Eden, that the moon lost its brightness. It was not just a single human pair. The tradition ascribes to Adam the invention of 70 languages. Hebrew mythology assigns to the period preceding Adam's expulsion different geophysical and biological conditions. The sun shone prominently on the earth, and the Garden of Eden, placed in the east, was, it must be conceived, under perpetual rays of the dawn. The earth was not watered by rain, but mist, ascending from the ground, condensed as dew upon the leaves. The plants looked only to the earth for nourishment. Man was of exceedingly great stature. The dimensions of man's body were gigantic. His appearance was unlike that of later man. His body was overlaid with a horny skin. But a day came, and the celestial illumination ceased. The sun had grown dark. The instant Adam became guilty of disobedience. The flames of the ever-turning sword terrified Adam. Genesis 3:24. In another legend it is told that the celestial light shone a little in the darkness, and then a celestial light ceased, to the consternation of Adam. The illumination of the first period never returned. The sky that man was used to see never appeared before him again. The firmament is not the same as the heavens of the first day. The day of Genesis, as I have already noted, is said to be equal to 1,000 years. It was after the fall of man, according to Hebrew tradition, that the sun set for the first time. The first time Adam witnessed the sinking of the sun, he was seized with anxious fears. All the night he spent in tears. When day began to dawn, he understood that what he had deplored was but the course of nature. It was also then the seasons began. That's pretty good lyrics. This is told in the following story. Adam noticed that the days were growing shorter and feared lest the world be darkened. But after the winter solstice, he saw that the days grew longer again. The earth also underwent changes. Independent before, she was hereafter to wait to be watered by the rain from above. The variety of species diminished. Man, according to Hebrew legends, decreased in size. There was a vast difference between his later and his former state, between his supernatural size then and his shrunken size now. He also lost his horny skin. The whole of nature altered its ways. References:
Athanasius Kircher, Taurus Babelsai Archonatologia, Amsterdam, 1679, p. 134. The very angels and the celestial beings were grieved by the transgression of Adam. The moon alone laughed, wherefore God obscured her light. Ginsberg Legends I. 80. Ginsberg Legends I.
79 and Ginsberg Legends 76. Worship of the moon. Because of its size, and also because of the events which accompanied the first appearance of the moon, many ancient peoples regarded the moon as the chief of two luminaries. The sun was of smaller importance than the moon in the eyes of the Babylonian astrologers. The Assyrians and the Chaldeans referred to the time of the moon god as the oldest period in the memory of the people, before other planetary gods came to dominate the world ages. The moon was a supreme deity. Such references are found in the inscriptions of Sargon II, circa 720 BC, and Nabonidus, circa 550 BC. The Babylonian Sin, the moon, was a very ancient deity. Mount Sinai owes its name to Sin. The moon, appearing as a body larger than the sun, was endowed by the imagination of the peoples with a masculine role, while the sun was assigned a feminine role. Many languages reserved a masculine name for the moon. It was probably when the moon was removed to a greater distance from the earth and became smaller to observers on the earth that another name, usually feminine, came to designate the moon in most languages. Bezold in Baal was considered to be the father of the sun god Shamash, Utu, and was commonly addressed as Father Sin, Sumerian and Babylonian. Psalms 1909. F. Cumont noted the prominence of Sin in the earliest historical period in Babylonia and found it remarkable that at first the primacy was assigned to the moon. Astrology and Religion Among the Greeks and Romans, page 124. The late Assyrio-Babylonian cult of the moon. According to the Dabistan, a Persian work of early Islamic times, the Kaaba of Mecca was originally dedicated to the worship of the moon. On moon worship, among the ancient Arabs, also
Touch Sinaitische Inschriften Zeitschrift des Deutsches Morgenländisches Gesellschaft 3 1849 p. 202 and Oshanda Vorweilemische Religion der Araber Ibid 7 1853 p. 483 cf. I. Golddigger Mythology Among the Hebrews and its Historical Development 1877.
The Greeks regarded the moon as of greater importance than the sun. The sun's subordination to the moon is a remarkable feature of early Greek myth. Helios was not even an Olympian, but a mere Titan's son, Hyperions. And this is a long one. C.R. Markham, London, 1873, describes sacrifices to the moon by the natives of Peru in the 16th century. Also, the Indians of Vancouver Island assigned greater importance to the moon than the sun. E.B. Taylor, Primitive Culture, 1929, as did several tribes in Brazil. See Sargon's display inscription, since distant days of the age of Nanaru. A cuneiform text describes the first appearance of the moon, when the gods fixed the crescent of the moon to cause the new moon to shine forth, to create the month, the new moon, which was created in heaven, with the majesty in the midst of heaven arose. R.W. Rogers, Cuneiform Parallels of the Old Testament, 1912. J. Louis, The Late Assyrio-Babylonian Cult of the Moon and Its Culmination in the Time of Nabonidus, quotes Philochorus as having Macrobius Saturnalia 8, quotes Philochorus as having said that men offer sacrifices to the moon dressed as women, and women dressed as men, because the moon is thought to be both male and female. Macrobius was quite the author. I think I want to get some of his works. They look fascinating to me. To read something someone wrote thousands of years ago that's been dead for that long, that he can talk to you right in this book, to just you. That's what's great about books. Is that where we get the word microbe from, or macro, or both? I don't know, I'm just guessing.
You know, I noticed on the video of mine, Worship of Saturn, if I'm not mistaken, that is claiming that Osiris was swathed to look like Saturn, and therefore all the dead were to be swathed like that. And that's where we get the mummy. So they were emulating Saturn's look, and it does look like it's been wrapped in bandages. It's very interesting. And that pretty much cinches it. They had to have seen it. How else would they know? A little side note, I got this picture from Ted Holden and this video right here. And that sure looks like a little girl to me. If this is truly a picture from the Mars rover, then humans are definitely on Mars. And here's the before and the after pictures. She's there, and then at some point later, she's gone. That is very telling. I've always said I need to see that one picture that puts it over the top and makes it impossible to deny. And this picture, for me, is that picture.
Unless it's a fake, which is always possible.
In 2016, I took up painting. It's something that I always wanted to do, I just never did. I got a couple of interesting pictures here. Now, I'm a lousy artist, so I'm not trying to show it off. I'm just showing a strange coincidence. I painted this picture right here, not knowing at all that water was there, for one, and that Thoth was synonymous with the moon. I did not know that at the time. And that people apparently, or supposedly, allegedly, came from the moon. See, I have an embryo there inside the moon. That's what I was trying to make it look like anyway. I know my artist work is lousy, but I was just a beginner. I'm still a beginner, but it's something I really enjoy. And the strangest one of all, now don't look at my lousy galaxy. I was experimenting with sponges. I tried to make a galaxy with sponges. And it's not the galaxy that's interesting. I snapped a picture of it to play with the contrast. And look at this. You see that face right there? That's creepy. I don't know if that could be a coincidence. Did I capture some creature? It's pretty freaky. Yeah, I just can't see it being a coincidence of life.
Get back into some flesh-eating stuff. The bizarre structure has been detected towering high above Saturn's hexagon. There is something strange over Saturn's north pole. A tremendous structure towering high above the clouds indicates that the planet's peculiar hexagonal formation is much, much bigger than was initially apparent. The data comes from Cassini, which a year after its demise plunging into Saturn's opaque atmosphere, contaminated with nuclear waste, is still leading us to new discoveries. When the probe commenced its observations in 2004 during the southern summer, it clocked a warm high-altitude vortex over the planet's south pole. Meanwhile, Saturn's north pole contains the famous hexagonal cloud pattern, but we didn't think it had a vortex until now. Would that be a Birkeland current? The long-term study has found a similar vortex forming over the North Pole as the North approaches summer. High up in the stratosphere, and just like the jet stream below it, the vortex is hexagonal. The edges of this newly found vortex appear to be hexagonal, precisely matching a famous and bizarre hexagonal cloud pattern we see deeper down in Saturn's atmosphere, said planetary scientist Lee Fletcher of the University of Leicester in the UK. The University of Leicester. Crazy.
Leicester.
Leicester? Leicester? Okay. I guess that would be better than Leicester. While we did expect to see a vortex of some kind at Saturn's North Pole as it grew warmer, its shape is really surprising. Either a hexagon has spawned spontaneously and identically in two different altitudes, one lower in the clouds and one high in the stratosphere, or the hexagon is in fact a towering structure spanning a vertical range of several hundred kilometers. Ever since its discovery in the early 1980s by the Voyager spacecraft, the hexagon has been a puzzle for planetary scientists. It wasn't until 2006 that Cassini got a good photo of it, and scientists have been trying to figure out more about it ever since. The structure is strangely symmetrical and is made by an atmospheric jet stream, with winds blowing up to 500 kilometers per hour, 300 miles per hour, and it's huge, measuring a massive 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 miles, across. Earth has a diameter of 12,742 kilometers, 7,917.5 miles. Two Earths could fit inside the hexagon, with room to spare. It's pretty cool. It also rotates at roughly the same rate as the planet itself, indicating that the structure is tied to the planet's rotation, much like the polar front jet stream here on Earth. And a previous investigation found that using rotation, the hexagon shape could be replicated in fluid in a lab. Cassini studied the hexagon in detail using its composite infrared spectrometer, CIRS, in 2006. At this point, it was still northern winter on Saturn. Its year is around 30 Earth years. Now that's more like it. So its summers and winters are long, which meant the North Pole was in shadow, but CIRS could circumvent this hurdle since it can observe thermal radiation. However, the upper atmosphere was still too cold for reliable infrared observations, so Cassini confined itself to studying the cloud layer. But in 2009, Saturn's North Pole started to emerge from winter. The atmosphere warmed and things turned around. We were able to use the CIRS instrument to explore the northern stratosphere for the first time, from 2014 onwards, said planetary scientist Sandrine Gerlet of the Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique in France. The Laboratoire Météorologie Dynamique.
Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique.
Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique. in France as the polar vortex became more and more visible. We noticed it had hexagonal edges and realized that we were seeing the pre-existing hexagon at much higher altitudes than previously thought. It towered hundreds of kilometers over the clouds and showed quite different behavior from the southern vortex. It's cooler, not as mature, and, of course, the South Pole has no hexagon. But since wind conditions change dramatically with altitude, the fact that the hexagon shape persists so much higher than the cloud tops is a baffling conundrum. One way that wave information can leak upwards is via a process called evanescence, where the strength of a wave decays with height, but is just about strong enough to still persist up into the stratosphere, said Fletcher. Well, of course, we know it has to be an electric event. We simply need to know more, because we refuse to see the electricity. It's quite frustrating, anyhow, that we only discovered this stratospheric hexagon right at the end of Cassini's lifespan. And why did you kill it? Afraid what you might find? Saturn's northern summer has already peaked, with the solstice occurring May 2017. Of course, time flies. There are still several years left of summer, and it's expected that the North Pole vortex will continue to develop. However, with Cassini's mission ended, it's uncertain whether scientists will be able to observe these changes. The Cassini spacecraft continued to provide new insights and discoveries right up to the very end. Without a capable spacecraft like Cassini, these mysteries would have remained unexplored by an international team sending a sophisticated robotic explorer to a previously unexplored destination, with results that keep flowing even when the mission itself has ended. The team's research has been published in the journal Nature Communications. The end. Saturn's Polar Vortex by Stephen Smith. May 30th, 2018. Electricity influences Saturn's environment. The picture at the top of the page could be mistaken for recent images of Jupiter's gray-red spot. However, the swirling vortex is actually located in the center of Saturn's vast hexagonal north polar formation. Hexagons and other polygons can sometimes occur in hurricanes, so astrophysicists believe that fluid dynamics can explain what they call a mysterious phenomenon. In 2010, physicists from Oxford University spun a 30-liter cylinder of water with a ring of viscous green dye inside, spinning faster than the cylinder. Their thinking was that a jet stream analog could provide a plausible description of what is happening on Saturn if several factors are ignored. First, they did not produce concentric rings around the hexagon, each with different temperatures. Second, Saturn's poles are hotter than theories predict. Third, there are aurorae at the poles. Fourth, there is electric charge flow connecting Saturn's poles to its family of moons. Additionally, the winds in the polar vortex are 4 times faster than any hurricane. Nor does it move around. Such kinetic experiments are insufficient in scope. Since electrical effects are not considered, perhaps the kinetic model should be stood on its head. The polygons in hurricanes should be reevaluated in the light of electrical theories. Electricity flowing through plasmas can create a central column surrounded by concentric cylinders. As retired professor of electrical engineering, Dr. Donald Scott proved, filamentary structures form evenly spaced vortices surrounding the column, As the filaments rotate around one another, a hexagonal cross-section forms inside. In an electric universe, electricity moves along charged Birkeland currents connecting the sun. Energy flows most strongly into the giant gas planets because their charge differential with the sun is greater than that of their smaller rocky cousins. The electric sun is what drives so-called meteorological activity on Saturn. Many years ago, planetary scientists admitted that Saturn's polar hurricane cannot be explained. The driving forces behind the motion, and indeed the global motion of Saturn's atmosphere, still need to be understood. Their lack understanding is because electrodynamic circuits initiate anomalous heating on Saturn. Not only Saturn, but the other gas planets as well. Jupiter and Neptune display hot poles. The double eye vortex on Venus, along with the hot poles on Enceladus. Titan and Io will also benefit from acknowledging the principal tenets of an electric universe. Stephen Smith. Prehistoric Dacia, the Pelasgians, the Titans. The most ancient, the most glorious among all Pelasgian tribes were the Titans. They were called by the authors Genus Antiquum Terrae and Terrae Fili Virgil. According to the Theogonies of Hesiod, the first children conceived with Gaia and Uranus were the Titans, 12 in number, 6 men and 6 women, and their names were the following: Oceanus, Koios, Cryos, Hyperon, Leptos, and Kronos, Rhea, Tethys, Thea, Mnemosyne, Mnemosyne, and Phoebe. In fact, most of these names represent only simple personifications of geographical regions, rivers, and mountains. 1. Hyperon, a word whose meaning is person from beyond, represented, that's an odd name, represented the region from beyond the mountain, Transylvania of today, or the country from beyond, as the people from Romania call it. Anonymous Bele, Ragmaturus, Terra Ultra Savannah, and Ultra Silius. The Odyssey mentions Hyperia, or the country beyond, situated close to the Cyclops, from where Lafici immigrated. Tethys corresponds to the forms of Tetsis, and Tetsis or Tetsis conform to its ancient pronunciation. In the Old Greek language, the letter TH had a sibilant sound, and S was added to T, and sometimes TH represented Z. For example, Zeus was in reality the same word as Theos. According to the ancient legends, Tethys had been married with Oceanus Potamos. It's interesting the Vietnamese celebrate Tet, or is true, and in this way they gave birth to a large number of names of big and important rivers, along which were settled various Pelasgian populations. Hesiod, by its name as well as by the geography of the legends of Theogony, Tethys is only a personification of a big river from the western parts of ancient Dacia, which flows into the Danube. In medieval documents and chronicles of Hungaria, Titia, Tisa, and Thesia, the epithets Canna, Candida, Fincunda, and Magna, given to the goddess Tethys, are also characteristics of the same river. Themis, a country of this goddess, was in the northern parts of Illyria, near the sources of the river Oceanus, or Istru. From a geographical point of view, Themis personified the antiquity to the river today called Timis, which springs from the southwestern Carpathians of Transylvania and flows into the Danube. One of the daughters of the goddess of Themis was called dice, the goddess of justice. She just throws the dice. She represented by name and attributions. According to Herodotus, the most just of all Thracians, and according to Homer in the Iliad, the inhabitants from the north of Thrace were the most just of all peoples, and they were called the Getae. Thea, a lot of these names are just really hard to pronounce. The Hyperboreans, who dwelt, as we know, north of the lower Danube, were considered descendants of the Titans. Atlas, the most powerful king of the Hyperboreans, who later was transformed into a huge mount, was also a Titan, or in other words, the Titans were the dominant tribe of this kingdom, Latona, the Hyperborean virgin, who, being chased by Juno, wandered through the world and gives birth to Apollo and Diana in the island of Delos, was the daughter of a Titan. Titans played a very important role in the history of the First Pelasgian Empire. They formed the most ancient, most noble, most energetic class in the social hierarchy. During the times of Uranus and Saturn, the first kings of the Pelasgian state were from the family of the Titan. The Titans administered all the public functions. They were at the same time the religious chiefs of the Pelasgian state, for which they were also called Titan gods. Homer, Hesidius, Theogony. It's funny, theogony, I think we call theology. The Titans dethroned Uranus and gave the empire to Saturn, after which they sustained together a 10-year difficult war against Jove. But Saturn was defeated and Jove occupied the throne of Uranus. Unhappy with this change, the Titans rose again under the leadership of Atlas, wanting to oust Jove and reinstate Saturn, but their fate was unfavorable. They were defeated the second time, Hyginus, and their entire class was exterminated. Oh, nice. Some were shut into deep and vast cave called Tartaros. Hesidius, Theogony, while others left the region from near the Istru, immigrated and scattered through various Pelasgian lands. The figure of a Titan from the Egyptian planisphere of Kircher, and they got the guy holding two snakes. The Battle of the Titans with Jove took place in the woodlands of Tartessius, near Cerna, on the territory of ancient Dacia, in the same region which figures under the name Sidereal Pylea at Homer, Iliad, Hesidius, Theogony, or the mountains near the cataracts of the Danube. Now, I don't know if any of this is true, but I'm just reading this from this person about the Pelasgians, and a lot of it might just be metaphors, I don't know, but I just find it really interesting because I really am intrigued by the older a civilization is, the more intrigued I am to learn about it, so it's just checking it out. I'm not endorsing it, I'm just reading. In the Battle of Gade, the Roman general Crassus caught the brother of King Dapix, and afterwards he went to the vast and strong cave where the great number of the inhabitants of that land had taken refuge with their most precious objects and their flocks. In this cave, the legend tells us, had taken refuge the Titans, when defeated by the gods. The etymology and form of the name Titans is not Greek. Regarding to the ancient meaning of this word, Homer tells us that the Titans, proto-parents of the gods and the illustrious men, Orphic hymn, the Titans are called the proto-parents of our parents, Pauli. We have therefore the explanation of the word Titans, with all the meaning of
Patres and progenitores.
Patres and progenitors. The etymology of this name is reduced then by its form and meaning to the radical tata or teta, parent, father, parent. It results therefore that the term Titans is identical by its origin and meaning with the Romanian form Titani, forefathers. With the ousting of Saturn from the empire, the political role of the so-called Titani ceases. Their numerous class, rich, powerful, and superb, is completely extinguished. Oh, really? The Illuminati, maybe?
Edgesa said yes.
Some are
right
destroyed
between the eyes.
in a great civil war. Couldn't imagine that ever happening. Which ends with the catastrophe at Tartessius. Others are shut in dark caves, Tartaros, and those who could escape the fury of the victors are forced to find another country. Some take refuge in Italy. Others scatter through Heleta, Asia Minor, Hispania, and the northern parts of Europe, Germany. Among the most ancient tribes of Rome, the historical traditions mention the so-called Tatienses. Tatienses. These Tatini formed together with two other tribes called the Ramnes and Lucers.
Ramnes and Luceres.
Ramnes and Luceres, the wealthiest, most noble, and high social class of ancient Rome. They are called Patres. And are considered as all the public affairs of the Roman state were in the hand of these parties. They alone administered, during a number of centuries, all the priestly, civil, and military functions. In the beginning, they considered themselves as the only intermediaries between gods and state. They were kind of Titania's theoi. They formed in the Roman state a permanent council of governors. They had the right to designate the king's successor. With them rested the decision of war and peace. Sounds like the Senate. Sure of their ancient glory, they considered themselves a class of a different nationality and a different blood than the other poor, uncultured citizens of obscure origins, whom they called plebes. Livy. Well, there you go. It's still going on today. Their traditional and privileged name of Patres is also mentioned in the Tabule. The origin of this patriarchal institution, of this Senate composed of representatives of certain ancient families, was without doubt predating the epoch of Romulus. You know, it's just like the Senate today. You notice a guy spends his whole life in the Senate. Next thing you know, his son's in there. And, you know, his cousin. And it's huge with nepotism. That's why I stopped voting, because I think it's all horse poop. It belonged to the original organization of the Pelasgian society, or in other words, the fundamental organization of Rome was that which the Pelasgians had had in the times of the Titans. And they haven't given it up since. They've had it ever since. They've been in charge since the beginning. We find other remains of the noble and famous tribe of the Titans scattered around the Aegean Mediterranean Sea. As Philochorus tells us, one of the ancient Titans had settled in Attica, a powerful Titan with the name of Tityos. Tityos, son of Gaia, was mentioned as king of Euboea, Apollodorus. Finally, a tribe with the name Titi appears in the territory of Hispania, even at the time when this peninsula was not conquered by the Romans. They had a particular sympathy for the Roman people, a similarity, parents of Rome, towards them. Their legates were admitted in the Senate, and although they were barbarians, they were permitted to speak in their national language. Traces of the name of the ancient Titans from the lower Danube have been also preserved in the medieval documents of Hungary. A village with the name of Tathan, today Tetani, is mentioned at 1205 close to Buda. Another village, Tethun, was around 1279 in the country Simagiu, a wealthy and powerful family of nobles whose possessions were between the rivers Drava and Sava, is mentioned in the documents of Hungary with the name Genus Tethan. Finally, Tetinius Lucius appears on a Roman inscription from Dalmatia. I'm almost done here. It isn't anything like I thought it was going to be. That's what I mean. It can really get into the minutia. Finally, we note here that in old Romanian folk ballad, the parents or the senators of the city Brasov in Transylvania. It's funny, parents and senators are similar. That's what it means. Are called Tatori Turguli, and this name is attributed to them in a nationally good meaning, in no way ironic. At north of the lower Danube, the term Tartar comes from a very remote age. Greek historian Herodotus tells us that Hercules had learned the art of the bow and arrow from a Scythian called Teutaros. This shepherd from north of the lower Danube was therefore from the nation of the ancient Titans. In Greek theogonies, Saturn has also the epithet Tartaros, meaning father. In Egypt, though, Saturn was called more correctly Teutonian and was invoked in the following terms: parent of parents, great from the first time. Finally, Apollo, the god of the sun, who also had the epithet Titan, was venerated in some parts of Rome under the name Tortor. And Suetonius tells us, from the ethnic point of view, the Titans belong to the Pelasgian nation. In the genealogy of prehistoric peoples, Titan, the proto-parent of the Titans, figures as a grandson of the king Pelasgi, Apollodorus. Wow, that was a wild chapter for the giants. Well, that should be interesting, but I'm going to call it.
For the 7 planets, because the stellar cult worshipped the planets and the 7 great gods that were the 7 planets. So they get the week. That's why a week isn't just 3 days, 10 days, 15 days, 14 days, 6 days. It's 7 days. Now, each cult would have additional feast days assigned to them, of course, some which would closely coincide, others which were more specific. In fact, the hands of a clock also represent these cults and their division of time. That's right. Not only on a wristwatch do you have the 12 demarcated zones, but you have 3 hands on a clock. The hour hand for Horus, the sun, the min hand for minute, which was the ancient name of the moon, min, and the quick ticking hand, which is either for Mercury, the fastest god, or for the earth, for terrestrial time. The 3 hands of time. I want to emphasize again at this point that there was another little division on a timeline. It's very important to realize that if we create a timeline from, say, 25,000 years BC up until the period of the Ptolemies in Egypt, that's Alexandrian period, the last of the dynasties, what we call Egypt lasted that long. It starts 25,000 years ago and comes up to the time of the invasion of the Greeks. Something incredible must have been happening in that time, because we have to realize that that's a very long, expansive time. In fact, if you take every other age that came later, and I'm talking about the Alexandrian period, I'm talking about the Christian period, or the Grecian period, the Hellenistic period, the Romanesque period, the Renaissance, the Christian period that came then. We move into the neoclassical period, and then we have the modern age. Take it all. Multiply it by 3, and still the period that we know of Egypt was longer. But just for this moment in time, realize that there was another important division between these 4 great cults of power. As I said earlier, the stellar and the lunar cult had women as equals, and often women were the dominant rulers of the clans and the nations, and were in senior positions, mystically, religiously, and also politically. Whereas in the Saturnian and solar cult, and this is a key point to remember, the role of women was substantially diminished. We're going to see a little bit more of that later. Now, the male gods of Egypt and the pharaoh himself were ambassadors of the feminine goddess Numenon. Okay, Numenon just means presence or spiritual energy, something rare and otherworldly.
It's moving back against the wall. It's backing up. It's moving away from them. He sees them, Garvey.
Prehistoric Dacia, the Pelasgians.
Oh, bummer. We just watched that, but this is the real video. Missed some good graphics. I'm going to turn the sound off of this and play something from the audio player and just let the picture show. That's what I'm going to do. So let me hit play. No, where'd you go? Hit play. All right. Now start the audio. Is this the one?
The legendary Pelasgian and Atlantean Empire. which is the common background beyond the Pelasgians for various cults and legends related to Sirius.
No, we've heard that one. This one right here.
Pelasgian Hellenes. The name Pelasgian is used to identify all the inhabitants of the lands around the Aegean Sea. It probably came from the north after the Great Cataclysm, but around 4000 BC, there was a movement from Anatolia, where the agriculture spread from Near East to the big Greek plains of Thessaly, Pelasgiatis, and Thebe. The Pelasgian and Greek myths of the Cataclysm are quite similar, and the most older Greek myths are connected with an area around Thebe. The etymologies of the names Pelasgians and Pelagos, open sea, from the Proto-Indo-European, are not quite satisfactory. Never cared for that word. Amazingly, there is not any satisfactory etymology for the name Hellenes from Proto-Indo-European, but the name is connected with Pelasgian areas. In Homer, originally the name is applied to the warriors of Aglaeus, looks like Achilles, and later the rest of the Greeks. Aglaeus, which looks very similar to Achilles, was born in Pythiotis, and there is an ancient city named Hellas in the area. Nearby, there is an area which is called Graiki in ancient times, and is connected with a cataclysm. Ogyges, a Phoenician word, and there was an ancient city named Gria, which probably gave the name to the Greeks, Graikes, a word used by the Romans. An ancient Greek poet claims that the mother of Hellenes were Graikes. And this site here claims that we will prove that Greeks and the Albanians have a common origin from the Proto-Greek race of Pelasgians. There are ancient inscriptions in Greece and Asia Minor that are written in Albanian. 4. The Indo-European theory is a big lie. The Indo-Europeans did not exist. Only Pelasgians, who moved to the north, Europe, and east, spreading their language and civilization. The Greeks and the Albanians are autochthonous in Balkan. The cradle of the Pelasgians were the Hellenic area, Greece. The Pelasgians spoke either Greek or Albanian. Some groups of residents of Greece spoke Greek, and some other groups spoke Albanian. Greek and Albanian is the mother of the so-called Indo-European languages, as well as of languages that belong to other linguistic families. 6. The Greek Pelasgian civilization predates the Eastern civilizations. The Sumerians were Pelasgians. The Sumerian language consisted of Greek and Albanian words, and its structure was similar with the structure of the Albanian language. The theory of ex oriente lux, the light from the east, is overturned, and the theory of ex Balkan lux, the light from the Balkan, is supported with proofs, as the Balkan was the cradle of civilization. Number 7. The modern Greeks are descendants of prehistoric inhabitants of Greece, and thus the various pseudo-theories that the Greeks are Slavs are overturned. Modern Greeks are descendants of Pelasgians. In other words, of ancient Greeks, Albanians, Vlachs, Dorians, and Thracoilarians. See Aryan at the end there. People of Crete are descendants of Minoans. The Greek tribe Sarkatsanoi are the most ancient people of Europe. 8. The significant part of the modern Greeks are Arvanites, who are of Albanian origin and at the same time more Greeks than the other Greeks. 9. The peoples of the Balkan Peninsula are of Greek and Albanian origin. The Slavic-speaking inhabitants of the Balkans are not of Slavic origin.
Slavo-Macedonians.
The Slavo-Macedonians are descendants of ancient Macedonians. The Bulgarians are Greek Thracians. The Bosnians and other Slavic-speaking populations are Illyrians and Albanians. The Vlachs are not Romanians, but of Greek origin. The Turks of Western Asia Minor are largely of Greek and Albanian origin. Thus, the ethnic picture of the Balkan Peninsula and Asia Minor is restored. And 10. Kosovo, Dardania is Albanian. In Kosovo, the Albanians lived thousands of years before the arrival of Serbs in 6th century AD. The Greek-Serbian friendship is a big myth. There is nothing in common among Greeks and Serbs. The exception of religion. Religion is not a reason for the existence of a Greek-Serbian friendship. All the truth about the origin of the people of Epirus, Epirus and Macedonia, ancient and modern. And it goes on here. This page here, it seems a little maybe slanted towards the Albanian way. Albanian women equal beautiful and Greeks. Serbian propaganda about the priority of Slavs in Albanian areas. I don't know much about the area and all these different names. I suppose someone who was in the midst of it would know, but I think it's pretty safe to say, and here's one more here, the relations between Hellenism and Christianity in Byzantium, more correctly in the Eastern Roman Empire, in the period during Turkish rule. The Byzantine Empire was not Greek, but a Christian anti-Greek empire that destroyed the ancient Greek civilization and hated everything Greek. The Byzantine Empire banned the sacred Greek name Hellenes and replaced it with the despicable name Romeos. On September 23rd, 44 BC. The system of deities and gods today associated with so-called Greek mythology was in fact learned by the newly arrived Hellenic tribes, primarily from the oral traditions, tales, customs, and rites of the natives of the Balkans, otherwise known as the Pelasgians. The perception an absolute attribution to the Hellenes is a recent phenomenon that arose from a disconnected, fanatical, religious, nationalist elements that emerged in Constantinople, Istanbul, and the Ottoman Empire, began its long descent in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The tragic result of this tumultuous period and the shameless historical revisionism that epitomizes the essential character of all nationalism was the violation of the sacred rights and dignity of many other cultures in the region, foremost among them the Pelasgians, who deserve to be called the Aborigines of Europe. Having thus inherited the culture and mythology of the Pelasgians and wisely adapted Phoenician script, which later became what is referred to as Ancient Greek, the Hellenes had stumbled upon a unique, powerful, inspiring foundation from which another phase of human progress would soon emerge in great splendor. Many questions concerning the nature of the emergence of this great civilization remain, however, and research continues, despite stubborn vestiges of 19th and 20th century nationalist delusions that persist within the psyche of some of the modern administrators and clerical cast of characters in Athens, though by no means all. Based on geographic proximity, linguistic studies, analysis of cultural traditions derived from historical accounts, as well as artistic renderings of life at various points from antiquity to the present, it is believed that the Illyrians, Thracians, Dacians were the descendants of the Pelasgians. Today, there is only one language that remains as a representative of this branch of Indo-European language tree, thus representing this rich ancient source, and that is Albanian. Majority of researchers agree that Albanian likely derives from an Illyrian, possibly a Thracian root, thereby forming what is referred to as the Thraco-Illyric branch. Thus, from this conclusion, it is only natural for some objective scientists and fair-minded citizens of Europe to speculate that this language may have been a Pelasgian dimension that would fill in some of the gaps in our understanding of how the coagulation of a new culture emerged from the pre-Hellenic period through the wondrous Hellenic age. One of these gaps or anomalies in our understanding of antiquity is the existence of many names of the mythological gods that cannot be explained by ancient Greek. Some have attempted to compare Albanian roots with those names in order to derive their meaning. In more cases than can be labeled simply coincidence, the Albanian language appears to offer valuable clues in some cases outright explanations to their meanings. In particular, a respected Greek intellectual from the oppressed Arvanite Albanian Christian minority of Greece, Aristith Kola, has produced a plethora of evidence revealing a strong link between the names attributed to the Pelasgian gods and deities in the Albanian language. Prehistoric Dacia, the Pelasgians, the Titans. Been looking a little bit into this Pelasgian thing in Greece. Kind of came into a little current conspiracy here. During the classical period, enclaves under the name Pelasgian survived in several locations of mainland Greece, Crete, other regions of the Aegean Sea. Populations identified as Pelasgians spoke a language or languages that, at the time, Greeks identified as barbaric, though some ancient writers nonetheless described the Pelasgians as Greeks. A tradition also survived that large parts of Greece had once been Pelasgian before being Hellenized. Well, you know that the Hebrews call this age the Helid, and you got the Hellenes coming into Greece, and, well, they're bringing hell with them, apparently. So these Hellenes come in from nowhere, steal the land from the Pelasgians, and even take their mythology. But a large part of Greece had once been Pelasgian before being Hellenized. I just repeated myself. Parts fell largely, though far from exclusively, within the territory, which by the 5th century BC was inhabited by those speakers of ancient Greek, who were identified as Ionians and Elians. Not alien, but Elian. I remember a historian named Elian. Much like all other aspects of the Pelasgians, their ethnonym was Pelasgoi. It is of extremely uncertain provenance in etymology. This Maku Sakerlu collects 15 different etymologies proposed for it by the philologists and the linguists during the past 200 years, though he admits that most are fanciful. But ancient etymology based on mere similarity of sounds linked Peleskos to Pelargos, stork, and postulates that the Pelasgians were migrants like storks, possibly from Egypt or Palestine. Palestinian, similar maybe, from Egypt, where they nest. Aristophanes deals effectively with this etymology in his comedy, The Birds. One of the laws of the storks in the satirical Cloud Cuckoo Land, playing upon the Athenian belief that they were originally Pelasgians, is that grown-up storks must support their parents by migrating elsewhere and conducting warfare. Well, that sounds familiar. Nothing's changed. Gilbert Murray summarizes the derivation from Pelasgi, neighboring land, current at this time. If Pelasgoi is connected, near the word would mean neighbor and would denote the nearest strange people to the invading Greeks. Aha, now we're getting somewhere. And this Julius Pokorny, with his papers in order, so that makes it official, derives Pelasgoi from Pelasgoi, specifically inhabitants of the Thessalian plain. He details a previous derivation, which appears in English at least as early as William Gladstone's study on Homer and the Homeric Age. If the Pelasgians were not Indo-Europeans, the name in this derivation must have been assigned by Hellenes. Ernest Klein argued that the ancient Greek word for sea, pelagos, and the Doric word pelagos, side, which is flat, shared the same root, plak, and that the Pelasgians were not Indo-Europeans. The name in this derivation must have been assigned by the Hellenes. Ernest Klein argued that the ancient Greek word for sea, pelagos, pelagskoi, therefore meant the seamen. This could be connected to the maritime marauders referred to as the Sea People. In Egyptian records, subsequent scholarship shows that the connection between the two roots is phonetically impossible. Anyways, they're saying that Zeus and the gods were Pelasgian, and the Hellenes simply came in and hijacked them, which would make not the Pelasgians the sea people, but the Hellenes, in my opinion. I mean, where the heck did they come from if they weren't indigenous? So, there were the sea people. Maybe the sea people that everyone is having such a hard time figuring out who was the Hellenes that invaded Greece. They were everywhere. Pelasgians first appear in poems of Homer. Those who are stated to be Pelasgians in the Iliad are among allies of Troy. Oh yeah, they want to kick the Hellenes out. In the section known as the Catalog of Trojans, they are mentioned between mentions of the Hellespontine, between mentions of the Hellespontine cities and the Thracians of southeastern Europe, i.e., the Hellespontine border of Thrace. Homer calls whatever happened to Thrace. Homer calls their town or district Larissa and characters it as fertile and its inhabitants as celebrated for their spearmanship. He records their chiefs as Hippothous and Peleus, sons of Lethus, son of Teutomus, thus giving them all names that were Greek, or so thoroughly Hellenized any foreign element has been effaced. In the Odyssey, Odysseus, affecting to be Cretan himself, instances Pelasgians among the tribes in the 90 cities of Crete, language mixing with language side by side. Last on his list, Homer distinguishes them from other ethnicities on the island. Cretans proper, Achaeans, Sidonians of the city Sidonia, modern Chania, Kanya, Dorians, and noble Pelasgians. The Iliad also refers to the Pelasgic Argos, which is most likely to be the plain of Thessaly, and to Pelasgic Zeus, living in and ruling over Dodona, which must be the oracular one in Epirus. However, neither passage mentions actual Pelasgians. Myrmidons. According to the Iliad, Pelasgians were camping out on the shore together with the following tribes. Towards the sea lie the Carians and the Paeonians with curved bows, and the Leleges and Corcones, and the godly Pelasgi. Oh, the goodly Pelasgi. Oh, the goodly. Hesiod. Later Greek writers offered little unanimity over which sites and regions were Pelasgian. One of the first was Hesiod. He calls the oracular Dodona, identified by reference to the oak, the seat of Pelasgians. Clarifying Homer's Pelasgic Zeus, he mentions also that Pelasgus, the eponymous ancestors of the Pelasgians, was the father of King Lycaon of Arcadia. And also, I have another article here that I will read, and we'll come back to this. The Paeonians. You mean the Paeonians? Is that where the word peon comes from? Paeonian? Wouldn't be surprised. And the Greeks said that the Cretans were known liars. So I would imagine that's why the term Cretan is derogatory today.
bugs. Still working it out.
When we consider the sun, however, spherical geometry exists. With the Pelasgian Hellenes, the name Pelasgian is used to identify all the system of deities and gods today associated with so-called prehistoric Dacia, the Pelasgians.
The Arborescia philologist Demetrio Camada with the title Saggio di Grammatologia Comprata sulla Lingua Albanese, which was published 1864. It is written in Italian and I have translated it in Greek. Demetrio Camada was the founder of the Albanian philology. He supported the theory that Albanian language was an ancient Greek language which was spoken before the time of Homer. He also suggested that Albanians should use a modified Greek alphabet for their language instead of the Latin alphabet. The book of the Arvanite philologist Albanian, The Three Living Dialects of the Greek Language, in which he proves the ancient Greek origin of the Albanians and that Albanian is a Greek dialect. The book of the medical philosopher and linguist Ikeavothomopoula with the title Pelasgic about the language of Pelasgins. Ancient Pelasgin transcripts deciphered with the modern Pelasgin Albanian and Greek language, ed. 1912. The Greek Pelasgian Greek Albanian civilization, the ancient Greek philosophical view of the world. Pelasgology, the suppressed science, alternative linguistics, archaeology and anthropology, book with the title The Origin of Albanians. Linguistic and Ethnological Study has just published. The Greeks and the Albanians have a common origin from the Proto-Greek race of Pelasgians. Ancient inscriptions in Greece and Asia Minor that are written in Albanian. The Indo-European theory is a big lie. The Indo-Europeans did not exist but only Pelasgians who moved to the North Europe and East spreading their language and civilization. The Greeks and the Albanians are autochthonous in Balkan. The cradle of the Pelasgians were the Hellenic area, Greece. The Pelasgians spoke either Greek or Albanian. Some groups of residents of Greece spoke Greek and some other groups spoke Albanian. Greek and Albanian is the mother of the so-called Indo-European languages as well as of languages that belong to other linguistic families. The Greek Pelasgian civilization predates the Eastern civilizations. The Sumerians were Pelasgians. The Sumerian language consisted of Greek and Albanian words and its structure was similar with the structure of the Albanian language. The theory of ex oriente lux, the light from the east, is overturned and the theory of ex Balkan
Hyperborea, mythical land that fascinated writers of the ancient world. Hyperborea is a location in Greek mythology. The inhabitants of this mythical land are known as Hyperboreans, whom the ancient Greeks believed enjoyed extremely long lives. Hyperborea is mentioned by a number of Greek and Roman writers, including Herodotus, Pliny the Elder, and Pindar. Although Hyperborea is a mythical land, there has been speculation over the ages that it is a real place on Earth. This has led to a number of theories about the exact location. In addition, attempts have been made to connect the Hyperboreans with real historical peoples. The name Hyperborea may be translated to mean beyond the north wind, which is an indication of where the ancient Greeks thought this land was located. According to the Greek mythology, the north wind, personified by the god Boreas, lived in Thrace. Therefore, Hyperborea would logically be placed to the north of Thrace. Hyperborea, however, was one of the terra incognita, Latin for unknown lands, of the ancient Greeks and Romans. These were regions which have neither been mapped nor documented. In other words, Hyperborea might very well be a place that exists only in myth, and many of the stories told about Hyperborea and the Hyperboreans are quite unbelievable. Hyperborea mentioned repeatedly by Herodotus. One of the ancient writers who mentions Hyperborea many times in his work is the Greek historian Herodotus. The so-called father of history wrote about the Hyperborea in Book 4 of his histories. In one part of his book, Herodotus writes, Aristeas, the son of Kistrabos, who came from Perconisus, claimed in a poem that he visited the Isodones in a state of inspiration by Apollo, that beyond the Isodones lived a one-eyed race called Arimaspians. Beyond them there is a land of gold-guarding griffins, and beyond them, the Hyperboreans, all the way to the sea. All these people from the Arimaspians on, except the Hyperboreans, are constantly attacking their neighbors. Herodotus seems to be skeptical about the existence of Hyperborea, but nevertheless informs his readers that this mythical land has been mentioned by two of ancient Greece's most revered poets, Hesiod and Homer. None of the tribes living there, including the Scythians, have anything to say about the Hyperboreans. Perhaps the Isodons do, but I do not think so. If they did, the Scythians would have stories about them too, just as they do about the one-eyed people. Hesiod, however, has mentioned the Hyperboreans, and so has Homer in the
Epigoni.
If indeed Homer is the author of this poem. Herodotus then points out that most of the stories about Hyperborea are told by the inhabitants of the sacred island of Delos. Delos. The overwhelming majority of the stories about the Hyperboreans come from Delos. The historian goes on to relate some of the tales about the Hyperboreans, in which Delos, as one might expect, plays a prominent role. One of these, for instance, relates to the way sacred objects were transported from Hyperborea to Delos.
Delians.
The Delians say that sacred objects are tied up inside a bundle of wheat, straws, and are transported from the Hyperboreans first to Scythia, then westward as far as possible, Adriatic, through a chain of successive neighboring tribes, then south to Dodona, which is the first Greek community to receive them, then to the Gulf of Malea, where they cross the Euboea, where they are passed from town to town until they reach Charistus, at which stage Andros is omitted, because the Charistans are the ones taking them to
Tinos,
and from Tinos the objects are conveyed to Delos. So this is how these sacred objects are said to reach Delos. The next story provided by Herodotus explains why the sacred objects were delivered in such a manner. According to the historian, the first time the sacred objects were sent to Delos, they were carried by two Hyperborean women, Hyperosh,
Leatus,
and Leatus. According to the
Delians,
the women were accompanied by 5 Hyperborean men who protected them and served as their escorts. These envoys, however, never returned home, causing the rest of the Hyperboreans to worry that the people they sent to deliver sacred objects in the future would not come back either. Therefore, they devised the method in which the objects were passed from one group of people to another until they arrived in Delos. Herodotus states that the Hyperosh, and Lodice accomplished their mission and stayed in Delos rather than returning home. After their deaths, the women were worshipped by the Delians and commemorated in a special ritual. Now the death of the young woman who came from the Hyperboreans is commemorated on Delos by a hair-cutting ritual performed by the girls and boys of the island. Before they get married, the girls cut off a lock of hair, wind it around a spindle, and put it on the tomb, which is inside the sanctuary of Artemis. On the left, as one enters, an olive tree has grown over it, and the Delian boys wind some of their hair around a twig and put it on the tomb as well. So that it is how these Hyperborean women are worshipped by the inhabitants of Delos. Herodotus' last story about the Hyperboreans is that of
Arge and
Opiates, a pair of women who traveled from Hyperborea to Delos. The women are said to have made the journey. Before
Hyperocean
Leatus, though for a different purpose. Arge and Opus went to the island in order to pay tribute to
Elethia,
the Greek goddess of childbirth, in exchange for a quick and easy labor at childbirth. According to Herodotus, the Delians claimed that the two women were accompanied by the gods themselves and received different honors when they came to Delos. The women of the island begged gifts from Arge and Opus whilst calling on the pair by name in the words of the hymn composed by Olin of Lycia in their honor. This practice has spread from Delos to other Aegean islands and Ionia. Like Hyperocean Lodice, the tombs of Arge and Opus are also found on the island. This tomb of theirs is situated behind the grounds of the sanctuary of Artemis, facing east, right next to the banqueting hall of the Ceans.
Ceans.
Before ending this discussion about Hyperborea, Herodotus mentions in passing a figure called Eberus, as the historian says that he was not going to repeat the story of Eberus. It may be assumed that Herodotus readers were familiar with this tale. In any case, we learn from Herodotus that this Eberus was believed to be a Hyperborean, and that he carried an arrow all the way around the world without eating anything. Now that's where I always thought that maybe they were mistaken there and he was flying the arrow. It was just a thought. Herodotus ends this section with a playful suggestion about people living beyond the south wind. But if there are Hyperboreans, there should also be
Hyperenoceans.
Hyperenoceans, people living beyond the south wind. Pliny the Elder and Hyperborea. Although Herodotus provides several stories related to the Hyperboreans, he does not talk much about Hyperborea itself, apart from its general location. Therefore, one has to realize on other ancient sources to fill in the gaps left by Herodotus. One such source is Natural History, written by Pliny the Elder, the Roman naturalist and natural philosopher. Pliny mentions the Hyperboreans in Book 4 of his work and begins with the general location of Hyperborea, along the Black Sea coast of Europe, as far as the river Tanais. Tanais, known today as the Don, are the Mayote, from whom the lake derives its name, and the last of all in the rear of them is Arimaspi, like Astis Plamanti. We then come to the Riphean Mountains, and the region known by the name of
Terraphoras,
feathers, a part of the world which has been condemned by the decree of nature to lie immersed in thick darkness, suited for nothing but the generation of cold, and to be the asylum by the chilling blasts of the northern winds. Behind these mountains, and beyond the region of the northern winds, there dwells, if we choose to believe it, a happy race known as the Hyperboreans. Pliny the Elder of Rome, who also wrote a lot about Hyperborea, like Herodotus before him, Pliny seems to express his doubts about the existence of the Hyperborean. Unlike the Greek historian, however, Pliny does not go straight into Delian-related Hyperborean stories. Incidentally, the story about the Hyperboreans sending sacred objects to Delos via neighboring tribes can be found at the end of Pliny's account of Hyperborea. Instead, Pliny provides his readers with more details about Hyperborea itself. At this spot are supposed to be the hinges upon which the world revolves, and the extreme limits of the revolutions of the stars. Here we find light for 6 months together, given by the sun in one continuous day. Who does not, however, as some ignorant persons have asserted, conceal himself from the vernal equinox to autumn? On the contrary, to these people there is but one rising of the sun per year, and that at the summer solstice, and but one setting at the winter solstice. This region, warmed by the rays of the sun, is of a most delightful temperature, and exempt from every noxious blast. Pliny continues his account with information about the Hyperboreans themselves. Apart from referring to the Hyperboreans, a race that lives to an extreme old age, earlier on, Pliny also wrote the following: "The abodes of the natives are the woods and groves, and gods receive their worship singly and in groups, while all discord and every kind of sickness are things utterly unknown. Death comes upon them only when satiated with life. After a career of feasting, in an old age sated with every luxury, they leap from a certain rock there into the sea, and this they deem the most desirable mode of ending existence." From Pliny's work, it is clear that even in ancient times, the exact location of Hyperborea was a puzzle. Several competing hypotheses about Hyperborea's actual whereabouts are mentioned by the Roman writer. For instance, Pliny mentions some ancient writers claim that Hyperborea is located at the edge of the shores of Asia, These writers argued that the people called the
Atacori,
who resemble the Hyperboreans, lived in that region, which has very similar conditions to Hyperborea. Other writers argued that the region lies midway between the two suns, at the spot where it sets
Antipodes
to the antipodes and rises to us. Pliny discounts this hypothesis, considering the vast tract of sea there intervenes. A third hypothesis states that Hyperborea is located nowhere but under a day which lasts for 6 months. And the Hyperboreans sow in the morning, reap at midday, gather the fruits of the trees at sunset, and conceal themselves in caves at night. Hyperborea is also mentioned in works by ancient poets. These poetic works provide us with more information about this mythical land. The Hyperboreans, for instance, appear in Pindar's Olympian Ode 3. In his poem, Pindar claims that Heracles had traveled to Hyperborea to obtain an olive tree from its inhabitants. The hero begged for the tree to make shade for all men to share, and for brave deeds of valorous spirits a crown. In another poem, Pythian Ode 10, Pindar places the slaying of Medusa by Perseus in Hyperborea and paints the region as a place of great happiness. The muse is not absent from their customs. All around swirl the dances of girls, and lyres cloud chords and the cities of flutes. They wreathe their hair with golden laurel branches and reveal joyfully no sickness or ruinous old age is mixed into the sacred race. Herodotus, Pliny the Elder, and Pindar were not only ancient authors who wrote about Hyperborea. Other well-known figures who mentioned this mythical region include Pausanias, Diodorus Siculus, Ovid, and Strabo. The large amount of work written about Hyperborea by these ancient authors shows that there was a great fascination with this land. As a matter of fact, this fascination has survived to this day, as some have sought to identify the location of Hyperborea, which may help to prove its existence. Nevertheless, there is still no consensus to the location of Hyperborea, assuming this paradise even exists in the first place. Wu Mengren, from AncientOrigins.net. The Hurricane, Chapter 3.
Okay, I just want to squeeze one more audio in here that somewhat pertains to the genre. So let me just play that, and then we're going to close this. I'll come out and say goodbye. We're going to close this live stream out, and then we'll be back with some Ramon. Thank you for joining me. I'll be out there in 2 shakes.
Serpent people. Feather serpent of America, vulture snake of Sumer, tempter serpent of the Bible. Who is this serpent people found in all mythologies? The first Chinese emperors, successors to the legendary Emperor Yao, said they were descended from dragons. In India, high caste families still believe in their ancestors being snake gods,
called Nagas, the Dogons.
Of Mali claim the Dogons of Mali claim that their extraordinary astronomical knowledge came to them from their ancestral reptilian celestial aspect, the Nomos. The Egyptians had their snake god, Neph. Is that like nephew with a K in front of it? We also have knave. Neph and the Pharaohs, sounds like a band, were often depicted with snakes, usually cobras. The Phoenicians had Agatha diamond, and the Thag, a serpent. The cultures of Central America worshipped their creator god, Quetzalcoatl, who was also known as Venus. The winged serpent as Bahalingkanga, the feathered serpent of the Hopi Indians. Followers of voodoo have a serpent god they call Dambalawedo. The Hebrews have Nak Houston, the brazen serpent. Houston, we had a problem. We should change the name of the Astros to the Brazen Serpents. I can see it now. British Isles called who? Was the master of the dragon world. Don't be making fun of who. Pretty sure it's who. What'd she say? Who? Oh, who? Okay. The first altar of the Cyclops in Athens was dedicated to Ops, the god snake, OPS. Well, hell, that's other people's stuff. Indigenous Australians also have their myth of Waggle, a god serpent. Did you notice God is always in front of serpent? According to the Gnostics, the snakes are our instructors. They're called demiurges who shaped our bodies, but not our soul, which is not theirs, because it is uncreated. Now, what the heck do they mean by uncreated? We'll get back to it. We are born from light, just like them, but our terrestrial vehicle, this triple body of flesh and spirit, we owe it to them. The Gnostic philosophy was born in the early Christian era within the Mediterranean basin, mainly in Egypt, heir of the ancient religion of Isis. That's Venus religion. Mysteries. Isis mysteries. While most people don't know it's the planet Venus. To its followers, man is the emanation of the source of all things, an inherent peace. You know, that's what makes Saturn theory so special, because we have an advantage over the people who don't know, because it all fits, just like a puzzle. And that's why we need to spread the word. No, wait a minute here. No loss, Mom, please. It says...
See not reperi promethe of this creative perfection.
On the contrary, our triple body has been shaped by harmful beings, usurpers, who have proclaimed themselves gods. I always thought it was just ridiculous, but us human beings are capable of being low down and dirty. The famous archons. Yahweh is regarded by the Gnostics as the chief of the archons, the great demiurge, the most evil creature. In the 4th century, the confrontation between the Gnostics and the fathers of the church was violent and merciless. Most of the Gnostic texts were destroyed. Yeah, well, there you go for benevolence and a peaceful religion. There was blood in the streets before the discovery of Nag Hammadi's famous scrolls. In 1945, what was known about Gnosis was limited to the reviews of heresy hunters in the early days of Christianity, which is very unfortunate because Jesus himself was Gnostic. Paradoxically, to save the religion of Christ, the fathers of the church had to invent a charming character they named Jesus. Before that Christ, it was the Emperor Constantine. Man, that's like watching the mailman. In the time of Jesus, Kali Yuga was only 2,000 years old. Now it is twice that age. Very little truth floats in an ocean of errors. Let us get back to those harmful beings who have shaped us, since this is the Gnostic view, according to Anton Parks. There's also a mistake there. The gifted geneticists who made us were not as evil as it seemed at first. To Parks, the mother goddess, which is supposed to be Venus, is the Sumerian goddess Tiamat. Tiamat, That is she who deserves, firstly, the title of primordial serpent. Initially, this term was positive because the snake is the wisest among all the field's beasts, said the old version of the Torah, called it a Septuagint. As for the Bible, it says quite the opposite. The snake is the most cunning of all animals. Thus, the serpent is the ally of the men and the creator of the human race. He personified the mother goddess Tiamat, assisted by her son Enki, called Osiris in Egypt, Oannes in Persia, and Prometheus in Greece. Among the Dogons, he is Nomo. Among the Mesoamericans, he is Quetzalcoatl. And among the Hindus, Vishnu. He is the first instructor of our species, like the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl, like the god fishes Nomo, Oans, or Vishnu. He has always supported and defended men when other gods wanted to kill us. As our creator Prometheus siding with the men against his uncle, the powerful Zeus, or again as Osiris protecting us from Seth, who wanted our loss, or as Enki protecting us from Enlil, who also wanted to end the human experiment. As we already understood, all these legends refer to a unique history, and their convergence support its veracity. So how come the snake, our designer and our ally, the wisest of all animals, has become the most cunning, the most dangerous, the beast identified to Satan in our modern religions? According to the translators of the Nag Hammadi manuscript, it is explained by a semantic shift. Good cop, bad cop. Keep their heads down. They won't squabble. Beast is the translation
of quasi-homophones in Aramaic.
Hewa, meaning stupid. Hawa, meaning to teach. And Hawa, meaning serpent.
The gods' geneticists
Work on human genotypes that the text calls modelings. Then the authorities called the beast, so that she corrects the mistake of their modelings. The beast is not evil, as she corrects the mistakes of the apprentice sorcerers. The true meaning of the beast is the instructor, as she was thought wiser than everyone. Whether we like it or not, we are the children of the beast, and it does not stop us from being born of light. Now, that's interesting. When I think of a snake, everybody, they say that the serpent is Venus, and yet no one pays attention to what they're really saying. Has mixed opinions. Of course, a person who is a snake is a person who has no emotions. They'll screw you over no matter who you are in a second and be gone. That's a snake or a cheater. But what do snakes do in real life? They eat rodents. That's interesting philosophically, because what's worse, a snake or a rat? Literally. Some millennia ago in Mexico, the red-skinned Indios attended the landing of giant white gods who came to civilize. They wore feather headdresses, and a serpent was engraved on their metallic belts. Native Americans called them Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. Curiously, on the other side of the Atlantic, at the other end of the Mediterranean in the mountains of Kurdistan, a similar legend put down roots, transcribed by Sennacherib and Ashurbanipal, the king's encyclopedists. This seems a very ancient Sumerian legend. It evokes the Anyuna, or snake vultures, the people inhabiting the divine heights, hence their wings to get to the men. Like the Quetzalcoatl, the Anyuna are peaceful, educated, and great scientists. They teach men all kinds of expertise. The Sumerian tradition presents the serpent people
as beings of power and knowledge.
They were inhabiting the high mountains in Kurdistan, from where they descended to bring to men the blessings of civilization. They taught them math, astronomy, agriculture, metallurgy, architecture, and cosmetics. Pre-Sumerians held them for gods. The Sumerian, as the Assyrians, were feared and respected. They are the ones that Genesis calls the Elohim, and the ancient Greece calls the Titans, among whom appears Zeus or God, which one day will dethrone the Elohim Titans, and his nephew Prometheus, who one day will create the human species. The Elohim, the Book of Enoch calls them the Watchers, or Watchmen, depending on different translations. They are sometimes described as gods in that book, probably because of their powers, who appeared supernatural for primitive populations. Oh yes, see, you can imagine that. They came here. As I remember something being said about they were crushed by their machines, the giants. I'm trying to remember. I know I read it with Velikovsky, but I'm going to have to go back. It's in the references from the Nephilim video. What it said was they were crushed. The giants were crushed by their own structures into the archives. Because like the Watchmen, the snakes, vultures of the Sumerian tradition created the first man by mixing a little of their blood with clay. These supermen gave birth to the first human civilization, the Garden of Eden. In Eden, the Edenites, or Adamites, lived together with their much more developed creators, the flying gods, and the angels who accompanied. In the Rig Veda, devs, that's funny, because they call developers on games that they have for multiplayers, from developers to devs, and when they're talking about human creation, they have devas. It's kind of interesting. The angels, devas, and the titans, Osiris, are similar. There are no coincidences. If the angels are represented in the guise of men and birds, the titans are in the guise of dragons and snakes. Once again, one finds the idea of birdmen and snakemen, but this time at the other end of the world. You may wonder if those snakes were, some of them being giants, these titans, who were the old masters of the earth, would not simply be the ancient people of the dinosaurs. Man would have been living with them for a millennium. Traces still remain in everyone's mind. At the same remote time, birdmen and snakemen would have appeared. India, Mesopotamia, and America. If all these people have named them the same way, there must be an obvious reason. What does the bird that flies? These men knew how to fly. What does the snake that crawls? But he also swarmed on the surface of the water. He also swam on the surface of the water, or just below the surface. These men knew how to sail on and underwater. Their planes were also submarines, as the swordfish of E.P. Jacobs. Another thing that is not irrelevant, the snake and the vulture were the hallmark of the first pharaohs of Egypt and their successors, and have kept through all the dynasties, according to Sri Mataja. Who? Sri Mataji. Sri Mataji. This symbol means the awakening of the Kundalini. The snake is the Kundalini, and the vulture is its rays. This implies all pharaohs were awake, as well as all those who adorned the title of snake vulture. Why not? I readily agree. The ritual of the foundation of the temple, the king wears the title of snake charmer. The bird is the animal that is closest celestial forces. I am a hawk hovering over the country, which arises on earth, determine its borders. I'm a reptile seeking shade, hiding in the protective enclosure, wrote Hatshepsut. There it is, Queen Hatshepsut. Yeah, I used to have a hard time saying Hatshepsut till I figured it out. Practiced. Sovereign of Egypt, hitherto governed by men, she reigned 21 years. From 1479 to 1458 BC. After 7 years, she gave herself the rank of pharaoh. Kundalini gives us our second birth. As the snake, the bird is an animal that is born twice, first as egg, then as chick. This idea of rebirth through the power of subtle energy is expressed in the symbols of the cobra and vulture, both born out of an eggshell. The vulture is the fate of being reborn, free to fly to be closer to the sky. In India, it's called Divija, Divij, the twice born. And that was just reading from this website here. I'll put it in the description for you. I just found it looking around. It's related to our subject somewhat. On to the Pelasgians.
Seen this yet? You may have. If so,
good evening.
Change it.
We've got about 25 minutes of visuals, and then we'll be ready.
Well, we're not going to do 25 minutes. I'll skip ahead. I like this song. gave me a song. It's a video actually about Saturn. I'm gonna play it for you in a little bit. I have to find it. I can't meditate in silence. I can't sit still long enough. But I can meditate when I'm doing two things, listening to music or walking or riding my bike. That's when I can meditate. You're enjoying yourself and you're watching. You like your watching. I think it's good watching tonight. We'll catch some of this and I'll come out and we'll end this phase 1.
Living in There are no islands in space.
And in fact, it's in the works.
And how I came up aim in the range with this bang. You're looking at me, yes, they're gonna remember my name. And how I came up. And how I came up aim in the range with this pen. You're looking at me, yes, they're gonna remember my name. And how I came up.
To give it up for Spooky Tooth. That's brilliant. It's very creative. I loved it. You know, I like dubstep, so a lot of people my age don't, but I do. Reminds me of another song that I like a lot, but it doesn't sound like it. It just reminds me because it's got a dubstep feel to it. I think a lot of them DJs are just so talented with what they can do with a studio. You know, it's an art for sure. You do great. Are you using Pro Tools or I use Cubase? Well, you can talk later. That was really good. Thank you for letting us check it out, letting me play it. I hope you get some views. I'll put the link in the description for you. If you got any music you want heard or played or a video or anything, just let me know and I'll do it for you. I take care of my peoples. All right, we're going to start this and watch it for a little bit, and then I'll come out and say goodbye with this part one. And we're still on part one. Only after the results to always carefully. Oh, I like that song. I gotta hear that song. It's short. In the process, called the scientific method, a true scientist will observe nature carefully, record what is seen, 2. Seek patterns in the observed data, put numbers on the data, fit equations to those numbers, 3. Generalize those equations into a world description of the process. This is a hypothesis. 4. Carry out experiments and or gather independent data to see how well the hypothesis predicts future observations and results. This is called closing the loop on your hypothesis. Reject or modify the hypothesis if the experiment show it falls short. Introduction to the Electric Cosmos. Don Scott. What is wrong with present-day accepted astrophysics? It is not scientific. In today's world, many people characterize themselves as being scientists. Only those who always carefully follow the scientific method are deserving of that title. Modern establishment astrophysics fails the test in several ways. The empirical scientific method. Scientists are distinguishable from artists, poets, musicians, and others in that they use what is known as the scientific method. It is not that inspiration or the muse is not valuable in science. It is, but it is not the starting point of what we call science. In the process, called the scientific method, a true scientist will observe nature carefully, record what is seen, 2. Seek patterns in the observed data, put numbers on the data, fit equations to those numbers, 3. Generalize those equations into a world description of the process. This is a hypothesis. 4. Carry out experiments and or gather independent data to see how well the hypothesis predicts future observations and results. This is called closing the loop on your hypothesis. Reject or modify the hypothesis if the experiment show it falls short of success in these predictions. Only after the results of several experiments have been successfully predicted by the hypothesis can it be called a theory. If two different theories predict a given phenomenon equally well, the simpler theory is probably the best one. This principle is called Occam's razor. Theories can never be proven to be correct. Some other mechanism entirely may be the cause of the observed data. But theories can be disproved if they fail to predict the outcomes of additional experiments. Such theories are termed to be falsified. Sometimes the scientific method, as described above, is called the empirical method, the deductive method. As an alternative to the empirical method, there is a method of deriving theories from assumed generalizations about the universe. This is called the deductive method. In this process, one starts with a law of nature, or obviously correct generalization about the way things work, and deduces, reasons out, derives its consequences in detail. A hypothesis arrived at via this method is promoted to the status of being a theory, if a large enough body of experts accept it. Thus, in this method, a vote of experts determines if the theory is correct. Once such a theory has been accepted, it is not easily rejected in the light of conflicting evidence. It is, however, often modified, made more complex, and unfortunately, new data is often selectively chosen to support it. The selection and publication of only the data that support the accepted theory is expedited by the peer review system. If the experts who have accepted a given theory control both the funding of future research and also what gets published, there is little chance for conflicting viewpoints to develop. Pseudoscience. Some hypotheses, when presented by august, well-established scientists, are given credence without anyone questioning whether the hypothesis has been developed using the scientific method.
Yet in most cases it is not difficult to check whether or not scientific method has been used correctly. For example, consider the hypothesis that there are gnomes in my garden that always make themselves invisible when anyone tries to observe them. Clearly, no conceivable experiment or observation could falsify that statement. This is evidence the hypothesis comes from a pseudoscientific source. Legitimate theories must be falsifiable. The problem forced by modern astronomy is that experiments are not possible because the stars are light years away. We cannot hope to be able to go there and perform experiments on them. Until relatively recent, even the planets were out of reach. Thus, cosmologists never get to complete the scientific method. We cannot close the loop in cosmology, but if we cannot test our hypotheses, how can we reject or modify them? The answer, of course, is that astrophysicists, more than those in any other branch of science, must be exceedingly careful to continually examine their hypotheses in the light of any new data. It is the contention of the author of these pages that they have not been doing this. Einstein was a purely theoretical physicist. He never went near a physics lab. He conducted only Gedankenexperimenten, thought experiments, in order to arrive at his general theory of relativity, GR. This is a perfect example of the deductive method at work. Its use is exceptionally dangerous in an area like cosmology, wherein it is difficult to falsify any theory. Now that GR theory is accepted by establishment astrophysics, any new data, such as photographs of the astronomical object known as the Einstein cross, are discussed only within the framework of this complicated theory. The images of the four small objects in the Einstein cross, when looked at only from this viewpoint, are considered to be supporting evidence for the GR theory. However, they could just as well be interpreted as being evidence supporting a much simpler cosmological theory. Evidence contradictory to the accepted Big Bang theory, such as images of connections between objects that have widely different redshift values, are dismissed as being mirages. False assumptions in astrophysics. Most of today's accepted astronomy cosmology is a set of deductively arrived at hypotheses precariously based on two false assumptions. 1. Electrical fields, currents, and plasma discharges are not important in space. Only gravitational and magnetic fields are important. 2. If the light from an object exhibits redshift, the object must be speeding away from us, and its distance from us is directly proportional to that speed. Both of these assumptions are demonstrably wrong, and they have been, and continue to be, contradicted by actual observations of the sky. Those observations tell us that the universe is highly electrical in nature, and 2, redshift is more a measure of an object's youth than its velocity. The continued refusal of astrophysicists to re-examine their hypotheses in light of these new observations is the focus of these pages. And I'll just say this, he says gravitational and magnetic fields are important. I would say magnetic fields are a recent installment, and that's not what Dave Talbot calls taking the back door to the electric universe. The continued refusal of astrophysics to re-examine their hypotheses in light of these new observations is the focus of these pages. Invisible entities invented to patch up failing theories. The theories that have sprung from these faulty, overcomplicated mathematical models, I would say monstrosities, have given birth to such arcane notions as curved space, neutron stars, WIMPs, and now WIMPzillas, machos, several different types of black holes, superluminal jets, dark energy, and magnetic field lines that pile up, merge, and reconnect. All of these inventions are fictions put forth by astrophysics in desperate efforts to defend their theories, when faced with contradicting observations. None have ever been observed or photographed. Many of them are demonstrably impossible.
Demonstrably.
But their existence is repeatedly invoked to explain new observations and measurements that contradict the enshrined theories of modern astronomy without resorting to the use of electrical principles. We continually hear statements such as, "There must be a black hole at the center of the galaxy. Otherwise, we cannot explain its level of energy output. There must be invisible dark matter in the galaxy. Otherwise, we cannot explain how it rotates the way it does. 99% of the universe is made up of dark energy. Otherwise, the Big Bang Theory is falsified. Pulsars must be made of strange matter. Otherwise, we might have to look for an electrical explanation." We are also asked to believe that two objects, like galaxy NGC 4319 and its companion Markarian 205, are not connected together, even though we have photographs of the connection. So we are told not to believe in things that we can see, but that we should believe in the existence of the magic entities that their theories require, even though we cannot see or measure them. Astrophysics denigrate outsiders, then quietly adapt their new ideas. There have been several instances in the past when the astronomical mainstream has long rejected the idea that is later accepted. There is usually no public disgrace for the in-group who were on the wrong side of the issue, when, after being viciously denigrated, the validity of a new idea becomes inescapably obvious. A few years go by, and then we quietly hear, "Well, everyone has known for a long time that the new idea, was always true." Absolutely. An example of this is Hans Alfvén's discovery of plasma waves. This relatively recently discovered property of plasmas is now being wrongly used by astrophysics to explain away all sorts of what is for them enigmatic phenomena, such as the temperature inversion in the sun's lower corona. The future. In a few years, perhaps we will hear, "Well, everyone has known for a long time that quasars are not extremely distant, and redshift is more a measurement of youth of an object than its recessional velocity and distance. No one said for sure there ever was a Big Bang. It was the mysterious observed solar and cosmic phenomena. And we will not hear of machos, wimps, serious scientists ever again. Time will tell. Will the founders of the electric plasma universe theory be acknowledged as having been the scientific magic show that modern astronomy cosmology has become? Like a house. Can you guys out there in the YouTube world hear me? I have no idea why that happened. Come in, Discord. Okay, I see a Dusa and that make think. Reaching half the cases as mock, what makes a lot? Still 400. Planet of Giants. There was a time when giants ruled the earth. These kings had tiny subjects to serve them, same as ours. They were our ancestors. The hypothesis of prehistoric giants is nothing eccentric. Take this with a grain of salt. By scientific data that make think. Researcher of the last century puts again mythologies and archaeological facts in balance. A 13-foot tall man, it's high, but a 40-foot tall giant is amazing. Here is the skeleton of a 40-foot tall giant. Unfortunately, it's only a sculpture. Obviously, to check out every hoax is quite a challenge, but all the informations can't be BS. An 800-page book, Forbidden Archaeology, written by Michael Cremo, cites hundreds of cases of that type. Supposing half the cases as mock, what makes a lot? Still 400 pages. Could be trusted.
Why are the archaeologists looking elsewhere? How long will it take until they see what's up? Giants are existing myths to set up in the past, a past not so long ago. To those who think that our recent history can't hide such scoops, we suggest go and see how certain people used electric lamps in ancient Egypt, or in France during the Renaissance, or how the existence of flying machines is testified in antique India, and in Mesopotamia under the reign of Solomon, and even closer to us in England during the 17th century. A researcher of the last century reframes mythology and archaeology facts. I have presented this research. I have myself here to summarize his thesis, moons. According to this researcher, the Earth would have had several moons, each corresponding to a geological era moon. Then the moon is destroyed, and the Earth awaits a new celestial body, passes near enough to be captured by its attraction. When the moon is large, or when it is closest to the Earth's gravity decreases. Well, in our case, it would be the polar configuration, but it could be the moon too. While all living things grow, when the moon moves away, or when it is destroyed, the Earth's gravity becomes unbearable for large beings who languish and disappear. This original thesis did not meet with the audience it deserved, because the author has developed another too bold hypothesis to have discredited a little fast. The giant telescopes and satellites are doing efficiently their job of detective of space. They just confirmed recently, in 1964, a law of celestial mechanics discovered by the French scientist Roche in 1850. The natural satellite of a planet cannot, without danger, approach it at a distance inferior 2.75 times its diameter. It has been verified for an asteroid revolving around Mercury, and one can prophesy with certainty that the satellites of Mars are living their last moments. A century later, they still turn around Mars, but their fall is expected to achieve in the coming centuries, the satellites being about 2.7 radii from the planet. Our moon still has a fairly long lifeline, being 170 radii from the Earth. But Mr. Danjan, director of the Paris Observatory, however, thinks it runs the risk and threatens us of crashing into us one day. Unless a cosmic accident causes it to resume its course in space, a fate of a satellite is to crash in its planet, as the fate of any planet is to crash in on its star. Wow. This author's name is Xavier. He just has one name. And he's kind of wild, but I'm looking at it as the polar configuration. That's probably what lowered gravity and made the atmosphere more electric.
He's got two names.
I think this guy, he's a hoot. I mean, he's entertaining to read. So I'm going to close it out reading Giants and People of the Sea from him and just, liven things up a little bit. With each orbit, it comes closer. Our distant ancestors, according to tradition, have experienced disaster resulting from the crash of a satellite on the Earth. This satellite was revolving only a few radii away, exerting a considerable attraction on the Earth and determining the gigantism of the nature of men, whose size was 4 meters. Well, it is true we did have giants, but like I said, I think it's more from the polar configuration. But you never know. 4 meters for the last giants. The size of our distant ancestors were much larger. According to tradition, Cyclops were 53 meters tall. Holy smoke. Who else could be stacking a monolith of 200 tons on a small pyramidal rock? Do not think whether it is a natural phenomenon. Only naive geologists can support it. But for a giant 53 meters tall, the thing is a game of skill. The divas of ancient India had a similar size, that of a 20-story building. Because of relatively low gravity, objects were much less weighty, the blood rhythm easier, there was less fatigue for the entire body, and the man then enjoyed an extraordinary longevity. He had more developed brain and faculties, which caused him to acquire a knowledge different from ours. Longevity, better oxygen of the brain, here are the conditions of Eden. All we lack to become gods again. The construction of giant cities and the transport of monoliths weighing thousands of tons. Machu Picchu, Tiwanaku, Baalbek, Teotihuacan, Giza, etc., can easily be explained both by the titanic force of men and the use of their scientific knowledge, of course, and the extraordinary complexity of cyclopean blocks of the cities of the Andes, some weighing several dozens of tons, do not count less than 20 edges, also finds its justification. It was necessary to the construction resist the crazy attraction of a moon very close to the Earth. The dovetail edges and the unbelievable mass of blocks barely slowed the final attraction of the satellite just before it crashed in on Earth. Everything was flying at that time. The problem was to come back to the ground, as the moon was pulling everything towards it. Well, like I said, take that with a grain of salt. We know gravity doesn't pull, it pushes. This allows us to date the Andean constructions to the very end of the Tertiary period, i.e., there are 1,500,000 years. It might even be the previous moon. To build Sacsayhuaman, or to move the monolith of Baalbek, they must be at least 4 meters high. 3 meters is 10 feet, so he's thinking about 13 or 14 feet. And if there were 12 meters high, it is even easier. Cyclops of 53 meters would have better served the purpose. Cyclops gave their name to the Cyclopean constructions. These 53 meters high superhumans were
My only argument to that is
disappearance.
Why would they make little tiny doorways
at the end of the Mesozoic 65 million years ago? In short, if I may say, the cities of the Andes have already seen thousands of civilizations. The Incas have nothing to do with it, neither the civilization before them. It was far, far ago. Tiwanaku was already there at the time of the dinosaurs. As for archaeologists, they prepare a stake for heretics like myself. I advise them to burn their unsealable books so that they can finally serve their cause. Forget them. They do not even deserve the anti-interest that I am to them. Do you know how the giants ended? Let's see. If you would be a real seeker after truth, it is necessary that at least once in your life you doubt as far as possible all things. Rene Descartes. All right. How did the giants end? The end of the giants. The ancient mythologies unanimously describe our origins as the golden age of the good giants, creators, and of the instructors of men. So educated, so powerful, and so kind, they were called gods. When the Bible tells us that the giant gods have created us in their own image, it is the truth. But what it omits to say is that the image is not the size. The good giants wanted us smaller than them, much smaller, because of the enormous gravity which would come and condemn them. During the Silver Age, some giants are still here, but they are no longer gods. They are no longer the good gods, instructors of men, weakened by gravity, which was unbearable to them. They are only concerned by their survival. The Bible is right when it says they have created us in their own image. They wanted to survive through us. However, I consider that the giants are not gods. The giants are the angels. It is some word in French verlan, i.e. reverse slang, formerly called les gens, which gave les gens, i.e. people. Some legends accredit this thesis, like the myth of Ahura Mazda and the flying giants. These giants were the servants of gods, like the angels. Moreover, they had wings, like the angels. In the Bible, some angels or archangels are much taller than humans. Anyway, the angels/giants were the servants of the gods. The gods are human size when with humans, but they can be giants if they wish to. The gods change their appearance at will. No sweat. They are gods. They made us at their exact likeness, but much smaller, so that we are better suited for the coming era. Indeed, we have seen how the successive moons, moving closer to the earth, caused the phenomena of gigantism. After the crushing, the surviving giants showed a pitiful appearance. They became vindictive, clumsy. Their movements are slowed. Their heart can no longer send blood to the ends of their great bodies. We know that the giraffe, to overcome this phenomenon, has a second heart to mid-neck that serves as stopover point for good oxygenation to the brain. But the giraffe has had plenty of time to evolve, while the last giants, hit by the collapse of their moon and the sudden appearance of the inconceivable gravity, have
had only time to hide in caves, but the gods had foreseen. In their genetic labs, scientists have designed a new species to succeed the giants, a species whose small size would be ideally suited for the future gravity. Thus, these foresight giants have been taken for the former gods, but they were not. With the moon to balance the Earth's gravity, the giants have degenerated in the depths of their caves. They begin to behave badly with human smurfs. They added sleepy, uttering here. They ended sleepy, uttering here and there, roaring grunts to maintain terror. Without humans, the decrepit giants would have starved. They needed large amounts of protein. They introduced a rule, cruel to the human race, but vital to them: the law of human sacrifice. There are many stories in which humans have to feed these ogres by providing young men and girls alive. King Kong, the modern resurgence of those old myths. The gods are always hungry, never get enough, as this is death, and death ever renewed. Georges Brassens. These giants, who became villains like moths, hidden away in deep caverns, are probably the archetype of the demons in hell, the fallen angels of the Bible, or of Sumer. If there is a god and a devil, isn't it because the giants were so good in the beginning and became so bad in the end? They did not leave us a good impression. The problem of good and evil does take its origin here. The giants have not endured gravity. They are dead, the poor fellows, or escaped to space. Superhuman, Superman, and the ogres. Bad giants, rejected monsters. Greek mythology shows us a famous one, the Minotaur, hidden at the end of his labyrinth. Note that the myth is generous. It presents us both the fallen giant and the cause of his decline. The spiral of the myth, the spiral of the labyrinth, is the one that made the moon until a man-eater. The fatigue of gravity imposes on the former gods an awkward behavior. The movements are slowed as those of the Cyclops, Polyphemus in front of Ulysses. Indeed, we remember how easily and the wily Ulysses managed to escape with all his crew. The grip of Polyphemus, the clumsy Cyclops. Ulysses is passed for a clumsy fool. Polyphemus belongs to the last generation of the Cyclops, Deccan race. They were masters of the lightning and the forge, good gods, favorable to men, and allies of Zeus. The decline is clear. Again, Greek mythology accords with the thesis of
Hörbiger,
Grindazar, Shrek, King Kong, the Superman of Nietzsche, Micromegas of Voltaire,
Micromegas of Voltaire,
Micromegas of Voltaire, Gargantua of Rabelais, Gulliver of Swift. Aren't they but nostalgia for the great giants of the Golden Age? Giants are dead and gone. They won't ever return. We won't cry and go to their caves anymore. We are where our children were sacrificed for the lower world. The ogres won't have the flesh of our flesh. The fiercest died disappointed to be born. Life is a random opposed to destiny. Serge Gainsbourg. If really interested people, they would turn off the TV to look out the window. Jean Yan. If reality interested people, they would turn off the TV to look out the window. Jean Yan. Jean Yanni. A fun article on the giants. You never know. Which reminds me, those spaceships the size of Earth that are hanging around the sun. Hyperboreans and Pelasgians. Country, especially in that epoch, when their religion had started to have a decisive influence on Greek life, was, according to what the most important authors tell us, on the northern parts of the lower Danube and the Black Sea. According to Pindar, 6th century BC, the most erudite poet of Greek antiquity, the Hyperboreans were the inhabitants of the banks of the Istru, or the lower Danube. Apollo, the great and popular god of antiquity, whose priests, prophets, exorcists, and pilgrims roved along the roads which led from the Hyperboreans to Delos. Their hymns echoed in all the temples, at all the sacrifices, on all the sacred ways, this beloved and powerful god of the ancient world, Homer, Pindar tells us, had returned to this country from the Istru, in other words, to the Hyperboreans, after building the walls of Troy together with Poseidon and the mortal Acus. On another hand, Strabo says, the first men who have described the different parts of the world tell us that the Hyperboreans dwelt above the Exene Pontos, the Istar in Adria, and finally Clement the Alexandrine, who had a vast knowledge of the pagan Greek philosophy and theology, named Zamox, the philosopher of the Dacians, Hyperborean, meaning a native of the country of the Hyperboreans. A memory of the dwellings of the Hyperboreans, situated on the northern parts of the lower Danube, has been conserved in the geography nomenclature of Dacia. Until late in the historic epoch, one of the most important towns of eastern Dacia, situated on the lower part of the river Herasus, today Siret, had in Roman times the name of Periboridava Ptolemy, name which indicates that this town was, once upon a time, a principal center of the people whom the Greek authors name Hyperboreans. The first dwellings of the Hyperboreans in prehistoric times were, according to the most important writers of antiquity, on the northern parts of the lower Danube. According to Bessel, the Hyperboreans dwelt in the beginning of the region of Gates. According to Papadopoulos Calmac, they dwelt in Dacia, the column of Trajan. Hyperborean skeleton under the western Carpathian Mountains, Rosia Montana Gallery, 13. But which was the ethnic origin and character of the civilization of this memorial people from prehistoric antiquity? According to the traditions and historic data which we possess, the Hyperboreans who figure in the holy legends of Apollo appear as a branch of the great and powerful Pelasgian nation. Their pastoral and agricultural occupations, their social and religious institutions, are identical with those of the other Pelasgian tribes from the lands of Greece, Asia Minor, and the Italic Peninsula. The Hyperborean shepherds, Pausanias, tell us, referring to those who, together with their flocks, had reached the southern parts of the Pindus, have founded the Oracle of Delphi, which in the beginning had surely quite a modest character, conformed to their pastoral life. Apart from shepherding, their agriculture also flourished. Each year they sent to Delos gifts of fruit and of their first wheat harvest. The religious customs of the Hyperboreans to sacrifice to Apollo from their first harvest had a Latin character, Festus and Ovid. The Hyperboreans had a state, political and religious organization. Their constitution was theocratic. Borazio, or Boris, descendants, were at the head of the political government, and at the same time, they were the great priests of Apollo. The Hyperboreans are considered by the Greek authors as a people with very pure morals and with feelings of justice superior for that epoch to those of anybody else. Mela, the Hyperboreans, Cultures Justicimi, and Hellenic calls them people who practice justice. The Hyperboreans present in everything the character of ancient Latin, mores, and beliefs. They are kind and hospitable, religious, superstitious, loving predictions, oracles, and exorcisms. They play the flutes, the bagpipes, and the kobzas during the religious ceremonies, honoring their gods. They also have a collage of the kobza players for religious ceremonies, which corresponds to the Collegium Tibicnium of the Romans, Monocin. The tunes they play are sweet and harmonious. At the hecatombs, or feast thrown in Apollo's honor, they sing continuously with pleasant voices praises to the god Pindar. And during the great holy days of this god, stating with the spring equinox to the middle of the month of May. They dance the hora until late in the night, Mamazin. They are wealthy and lead a happy life. They cultivate also the sciences, especially theology, philosophy, and poetry. They send to Greece their most cultured representatives. In the genealogy of prehistoric peoples, the Hyperboreans are shown as a Pelasgian branch. Their proto-father is Hyperboreanos, son of Pelasgic, the powerful king and patriarch of the entire Pelasgian nation, Pendar's scholiast. But not only for their national character is Latin, but their gods bear Latin archaic names, Aplu, Latona. Still Latin are the names of the prophets Olin and Aberis, to which we can also add Orpheus. Finally, the remains of the language we are left with from them, Perfiers, Greek gift-bearers, Niru,